Good afternoon, everyone. Now we will call April 9th, 2024 board meeting to order. Mr. Gaither, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Representing Educational District 1, Ms. Katie Howard.
Present.
Representing Educational District 2, Ms. Loretta Balden.
Present.
Representing Educational District 3, Dr. Ken Zeff.
Here.
Representing Educational District 4 and Board Vice Chair, Ms. Jennifer McDonald.
Present.
Representing Educational District 5 and Board Chair, Ms. Erica Mitchell.
Present.
Representing Educational District 6, Ms. Ishay Collins. Representing Educational District at Large Seat 7, Mr. Alfred Shivy Brooks.
Present.
Representing Educational District at Large Seat 8, Ms. Cynthia Briscoe Brown.
Present.
Representing Educational District at Large Seat 9, Ms. Jessica Johnson.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve the March 11th, March 23rd, March 24th, March 26th, March 27th, morning and afternoon, and April 8th, 2024 special call meeting minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Brooks, second by Board Member Briscoe Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve the board meeting minutes for March 4th, 2024 meeting. I have a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Cynthia Briscoe Brown. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Jessica Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion. Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve April 9th, 2024 board meeting? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair McDonald, second by Board Member Briscoe Brown. Any opposed? All, motion carries. I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Battle, please bring our work session items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 4 presentations today. First, we will have a board-requested presentation from Lead Atlanta on our partnership update by Kelly and C.J. Stewart. Next, we will have a charter and partner update by Matt Underwood, our Executive Director. Following that update, we will have our strategic plan update, our monthly financial update, which will update district finances, including FY23 monthly general fund financials, proposed budget adjustments, and FY 2025 budget process update, presented by our CFO, Dr. Lisa Bracken. And our final presentation is on student outcome-focused governance, or SOFG. Today's presentation is on interim goal 3.1 and 3.2. Mr. and Mrs. Stewart, we are ready for your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here to speak in this forum. Madam Chairwoman, thank you so much for inviting us to speak here. Dr. Battle, we've had a long-time relationship when we had a partnership over at King Middle, so thank you for all of your support. Loretta Balden, who is on our advisory council, thank you so much, and it's so good to see some familiar friends and faces. My husband is up here. He does not want to be up here, but I told him he had to come up here because he's the reason why LEAD exists, and I just want him to give a little bit of the origin story.
Yes, good afternoon, and I will definitely be brief so that my boss can take the lead. Excited that Kelly, who is our new CEO, Lead Center for Youth, is leading the way. And so just what I want to add or offer is that the Atlanta Public Schools changed my life. My very first baseball coach when I played at Cascade Youth Organization at Adams Park was Emmett Johnson Sr., who was the chairman of the Atlanta Public Schools Board of Education. And the thing that I understood by living in Northwest Atlanta and playing baseball in Southwest Atlanta, I knew that the demographics of the communities were very different. And but one thing that I did know, being black and poor, is that Coach Johnson had power. So I knew I was going to be able to move throughout this city because of the power that he had. And so because of me playing for his team, I was fortunate enough to get on his team, has positioned me to where I'm able to be the co-founder of LEAD.
And so CJ really represents the passion of our organization. And as he told me back in 2007 when we first got started, this is my passion. Now you have to make it happen. So that's what we have both spent the past 17 years doing. So the first thing I'd like to do is just to clarify a couple of things. LEAD is not just a baseball or a tennis program. A lot of people say that to us, and they say, oh, you're just baseball or you're just tennis. And nothing boils my blood even more than that, because we actually have measurable outcomes in the areas of athletics, social, emotional learning, ethical, cognitive, and physical development, along with a trauma-informed approach to coaching that makes us way more than just a baseball team or a tennis program. We are not just after-school programming. We provide year-round programming. Our youth are fighting 3 curveballs that we call crime, poverty, and racism. These things are systemic and they're generational, and they need us as much as we can possibly give them, or can I say as much funding as we can possibly raise to give them the time. So we have 4 pillars of focus, which are academics, athletics, civic engagement, and commerce. We've been around for more than 17 years, and in that 17 years, we served over 5,000 youth. We started our partnership in APS in 2009, and we'll talk about that here on the next few slides. We went from serving 20 student athletes to serving over 250 student athletes a year. And in that 17 years' time, we have infused about $18 million plus into APS athletics from a baseball side. So we are not a pay-to-play organization. When you think about youth sports, you hear about the billion-dollar industry of pay-to-play sports. We are a sports-based youth development organization, and as such, we focus on breaking down those barriers of access that youth face to getting into sports, one being the cost. And so we provide our services at no cost to our families, but there is an earning process where our student athletes have to earn their opportunity with their grades, attendance, behavior, and community service. So here's a little bit of a timeline. So we started LEAD, say in 2007, but I always like to say that LEAD started when CJ was born. Being a son of this city, his mom, you see we have a partnership at Booker T. Washington High School. I really like to shout out Booker T. Washington over the years has been our home base for games and programming. But his mom was pregnant in night school at Booker T. Washington. So we have with Booker T. Washington being the first African-American school in the state of Georgia, of course, our grandmother went to Booker T. Washington. So it has a place in our heart. And so that's one of the reasons, many of the reasons why we chose Booker T. Washington. But in 2009, we had the great fortune of coming into APS in partnership with athletics when Mr. Rendell Jackson and Jasper Jewell came into leadership in athletics. And we really set out on a trajectory to make baseball matter in the district. At the time, it just really didn't. We didn't get a lot of respect district-wide, statewide, baseball worldwide in Atlanta Public Schools. And with CJ being a son of this city, he felt disrespected by that, and he was like, we're gonna make some things change. We have a LEAD Center for Youth that we opened during COVID. When schools shut down to students and teachers, educators, it shut down to partners as well. So we had the great fortune again for a donor and friend of ours to open up space at the Met, where we have a 5,500 square foot facility that is dedicated only to student athletes who are in our programming. And so we get a lot of people who call and say, can we come and rent? And we say, no, this is for our student athletes in Atlanta Public Schools. Just a few numbers. We provide 300 sports opportunities annually for APS students. And I'd like to just point out, this is in addition to what's already happening in baseball. And not only in addition to what's already happening in baseball at the high school level, in partnership with Mr. Jackson. I was about to call him Coach Jackson, so I might interchange those two things. But in partnership with Mr. Jackson in athletics, we've been able to start 2 new programs. Middle school baseball, which we started back in 2009 when we partnered, and our elementary school baseball program, which we just started this year. So those 300 plus opportunities are inclusive of those new programs that we've been able to launch in Atlanta Public Schools. And you can see some of our partners there at the bottom. 100% high school graduation rate. We do track our student athletes who matriculate through our program, who do finish with us. Now, a lot of times athletes don't finish with us. We have a high transiency rate in the district, as we know, and sometimes our student athletes are displaced and moved to other counties. But for those who finish with us, our student athletes have earned a high school graduation rate of 100% and 91% college acceptance and scholarship rate as well. So when we say a trauma-informed approach to coaching, we all know the term adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. Our coaches are trained in sport-based youth development, which trauma-informed coaching is a part of that training, understanding that our youth come to us with a myriad of experiences that are good, bad, and traumatic. And when we are coaching them, we have to be very careful that we don't re-injure them. We know that our youth, our boys and girls, I have to remember we have tennis now, a lot of times because of those ACEs come to us in survival brain. Everything is a threat. We have to have a level of certainty and security within our practices so they understand what to expect. They have a doubt about, am I really good at baseball? A lot of our boys and girls have never been involved in organized baseball, or for our girls ever picked up a tennis racket before. So they're already doubting their abilities. And that's a double shot to the brain if they're already struggling in the classroom. So what we do through SBYD in our programming is we build up their strengths in a sport, challenge them in a healthy way, and share with them that these skills that you are learning through our programming are transferable to the classroom. These conflict management skills that you are learning with your teammates here within LEAD are transferable to your social environment. So our goal is through sport is to help them get to a learning brain. The great thing about the brain is it can change, it can learn, and even though those spaces that you don't use a lot will contract, if you begin to use them a lot, they can expand. So CJ had the opportunity to be a student of Dr. Bruce Perry, and he made a very, through his neurosequential course that he teaches, and he had a very insightful comment that I've put here into this slide because I just think it really speaks to the power of coaching. I know a lot of times sports can be kind of like on the back burner, like, oh, they're sports, but a lot of times our students mainly come to school for the sport. And I think that's a place where we can really dig in as educators and those who are proponents of education to really dig in and support them and champion them in those spaces. Because as Dr. Perry said here, if we make coaches 5% more trauma informed, we will have more therapeutic impact on children. And so I think that is important that we be more intentional with our sports in Atlanta Public Schools as a whole, but also as Atlanta Public Schools partners with other sports organizations to make sure that intentionality is there and folks aren't just rallying our kids together to play catch, because we got a lot more at stake here. And speaking of which, our program focuses on Black boys and girls, does not mean we exclude anybody, but we do know that the Centers for Disease Control does cite racism as a threat to public health. We know that 4 out of 5 Black children in Atlanta live in neighborhoods of concentrated poverty, and we see these stats. So we want to make sure that we are helping the most vulnerable student athletes who are in our district, and that's how we scout. We say we scout the counted out. We're talking about youth who are underperforming in areas of grades, attendance, and behavior, and who come from low-income households in Atlanta Public Schools. Sports-based youth development intentionally leverages sports. I cannot say that enough about the intentional leveraging of sport to make sure that we draw out those interests and skills and talents that our student athletes have, and we measure them. We have a monitoring and evaluation partner by the name of Hello Insight, where we can actually tactically put these social emotional learning capacities into measurements. And you'll see later how that's playing out at one of our elementary school partners. Again, calling out crime, poverty, and racism as those 3 curveballs that we are working through our programming to help our youth overcome. So why sport-based youth development? Why can't we just do sport? Because when you couple sport with positive youth development and you get these amazing outcomes that are pictured here. So improved classroom behavior, positive impact up to 18 years later. These are studies that were done by CASEL and other organizations, the Journal of Child Development. The statistic that I like to point out is what is that economic investment that happens when you invest that economic outcome that happens when you invest in sports-based youth development organizations. For every dollar invested, there's an $11 return to our nation's economy. So I know a lot of people like follow the money. Well, there's the money. You can follow that. So, but also the long-term benefits of being a student athlete, having that discipline, having that perseverance, especially in sports that are non-traditional for Black youth, like a baseball and tennis, that are country club type sports that exclude our youth, but give them that opportunity to build up that resilience. You have to be resilient to be a tennis player and to be a baseball player. So here are some of the capacities that we measure. I mentioned Hello Insight, the core and sports SEL capacities that you see represented there. And so here are just some reports from some program cohorts that we've recently had. 92% of our youth reported gains in at least 3 SEL capacities. 100% of our youth would recommend their program to a friend. Like, that's a really big deal for us because our youth are a big part of our recruiting. And supportive adults, youth who reported gaining supportive adults in their lives within our program cycle. Again, our staff is small and mighty, and we can't do it by ourselves. So we have a lot of events where we invite members of the community. I know board member Ishay Collins has been to events. Aretta Baldwin has been to events where she's interacted with our youth, and they get a sense of how things work in a system where they are the focus, but they don't have a vote. And so we always tell them, you can't vote for anybody on the board, but it doesn't mean that you can't know anybody on the board. So KPIs of student achievement, I always hear like, how does this impact grades? Because I know at the end of the day, the kids have to make the grades. Well, how we leverage our outcomes with our partners is we let them know that the stats that we measure and that we have are key performance indicators to student achievement. I mean, when a child knows that you care about them, when they know that their thoughts and opinions matter in the way that their experience is shaped. Now, this is specifically within our organization, giving them a say-so in how their SBYD experience is shaped. When they feel supported and consistently supported. How our coaches take the time to really understand them outside the lives, outside the program. So we look at them not just as baseball players and tennis players, and not how many wins they could get, but who are you outside of those sports? One of our SEL capacities, if we go back there, one of our positive youth development experiences is expanding interests. So sometimes we take the baseball players to go paint, and they're like, Coach, baseball players, we don't paint. I was like, today you do. So lastly, a few more stats here. 87% of our young people gain social capital. Again, this transformation that we're looking for in our student athletes to take them from where they are to what we call ambassadors who can lead in Atlanta and lead the world, it's gonna take all of us. It is all of our responsibility. So we make sure that within our programming, we are inserting them in places where they normally would not be, whether it's a Leadership Atlanta event or it's a Rotary Club event, places where, they don't even know these places exist. And 81% of our young people reported having enough supportive adults to help them make it on their journey. Lastly, here's a quote from Principal Langston Longley. So Scott Elementary is one of our new Rookie League partners. I don't know if y'all know about the competition over there between Scott and Usher Collier, but it's thick. It is thick over there. So I didn't know what we were stepping into, but I love it. And so Principal, I almost called him Coach Longley because he is a coach as well. He does coach basketball there. But Principal Longley came to our first game that we had for our rookies a couple of weeks ago. And his school is a stellar example of how they are leveraging our partnership to get those gains in attendance, to get those gains in grades, because it's a positive leverage that you can have over the youth instead of something that's punitive. Lastly, I want to encourage you all to get in the game. So on weekends throughout the spring, through the end of April, actually through 2 weekends in May, we have our Junior Ambassador and our Rookie League games that are played at Washington High School. Rookie League games will soon to be played at Center Hill Park. So you scan that QR code, you can sign up to come out and volunteer and help us make these experiences happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. and Mr. Stewart. Now we will entertain any questions that any board members may have. Okay, we'll go 1, 2, and 8.
Thank you all so much for the incredible work you do that absolutely supports the whole child, because we know that athletics is more than just the sport. And calling out just the realities for a lot of our students and how you all really intentionally support them in the areas where they have the most need. My question is around your relationship with athletics. We are all about focusing on supporting, leveraging our partnerships where we really see an improvement in outcome for our students through athletics. And wanting to know how that's formally done, just you can touch on it and how maybe you want to see it grow, so that we really can continue to sustain things that are really working intentionally, and then measure and monitor so that we even have more information about the benefits. So if you all could talk a little bit about that, how you work directly with athletics.
So we've had a great relationship with athletics from the beginning. When we came in 2009, Mr. Jackson was appointed as our direct liaison. So we've worked with him all the years that we've been in Atlanta Public Schools. And what I appreciate about him is he has a love for the students, period. So whatever we bring to him and whatever requests we bring to him, if it doesn't make sense for the student athlete, then it's a no, and can you rework it this way? So we've had a very good relationship with athletics. I will say, like, with trying to launch new programming and bring new ideas to the district, Mr. Jackson has been very open to that, which is how we got middle school baseball in Atlanta Public Schools. Middle school baseball did exist at schools like Sutton and Inman, where parents would put the bill for the programming, but there weren't any opportunities on the South Side. So when we brought that idea to Mr. Jackson, he was like, okay, this is how athletics can support. What are you bringing to the table to craft that partnership? And we did the same thing with the Rookie League.
I mean, the thing that I would add is that when we start, so I'm the chief visionary officer, so I'm not really focused on mission right now like Kelly. I'm thinking about the future. And so name, image, and likeness, which is something that is now affecting high school students at the high school level, just making it real. The word on the street is kids are trying to go to districts and leave districts and go places where they feel like they'll have the more support. And so through our Leadership Georgia experience, we've had an opportunity to travel this state, and we see how school districts are working really hard, intentionally or not, I don't know, to try to have students want to come and be a part of their school system. So, you know, my concern as we think about athletics, I was just in a meeting, a Leadership Atlanta meeting with President Blake, and out of all the time that we talk, most of our conversations is around athletics. Academics is very important. But when we start talking about how to get students to come and be a part of Georgia State University and how to be a part of Atlanta Public Schools, we believe that there needs to be an amplified A for athletics, in addition to STEM.
Thank you for that. And we know there's a direct correlation, like making sure our kids are engaged and want to come to school and then feel supported, because this is a community. And you all certainly foster that. So, yeah, just know that, I mean, us as board members are all about supporting how we best leverage, from our standpoint and our role, partnerships we really see having a positive outcome on our students. So thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello.
I want to thank you, CJ and Kelly, for your intentionality with our youth, for the work that you have done and the work that you will do. I'm just honored to be a part of the team. I want to thank you, Chair Mitchell, for allowing this presentation to come forward. You have shared information that I have been very eager to hear, which is how does athletics impact our students? And I really appreciate the metrics that you have, the KPIs, just the fact that you've measured it and you have the proof, right? You have the research that this is positively impacting our children, and I appreciate you for that. And actually would love to see some of that within APS. So in terms of conversations and partnerships, I would love to see that within our athletics department, how are our sports impacting our youth as a whole? Because you said it, that could be the reason why some kids are coming to school, because they know if you're not at school that day, you can't play that day, right? Or you can't go to practice if you don't go to school. So any motivator that we can have that encourages someone to come to school is welcome. And again, thank you so much for your program and your intentionality and the addition of the females in the tennis program. I'm excited to see that grow.
Yes, our pleasure.
Hi.
Hey.
We're so happy to see you here. Thank you. I'll just add my voice to what all my colleagues have said. Just, we are so blessed to have you as partners. And I've been familiar with your work with our kids for many years, and we're just grateful. I would like to hear a little more about the tennis program, and love the fact that you're starting that and including our girls as well.
Yes, awesome. Thank you for that, and thank you for your support over the years as well. So tennis is led by our daughter, Mackenzie Stewart, who is a SWAC all-conference player. I have to brag a little bit.
Please
SWAC
do.
all-conference player.
I actually asked in part
For
so you
that,
could do
I
that.
appreciate that. Graduated from Southern University, summa cum laude. And I think she was supposed to be cum laude, but that's a whole other story. But she is the head of our tennis program, and she started the partnerships at Usher Collier and Scott Elementary. Again, these are two schools that we also have our rookie programming to, just trying to grow opportunities at those schools, but also trying to grow opportunities at schools where we have middle school programming so that the girls can matriculate, hopefully with us. And so we started out with about 30, 40 girls at the beginning, and I had to prep Mackenzie because I was like, I've been doing this for quite some time, and some girls are gonna love it and some girls are just not, and it's just no knock on you. And she was like, what, do you don't think I can do this? I'm like, of course you can do this, but it's just how attrition works. And so right now we have about 16 girls who have decided to go forward with the program. They have gone to Rome, Georgia to be ball kids in a professional women's tournament. So babies never picked up a tennis racket before. We just throw them in to be ball kids. And they had a blast. I mean, talking about learning on the job, they picked it up so fast. And we had a conversation after leaving Rome. It's like, listen, we hear y'all, we have a portion of our programming called Girl Talk at the beginning of each practice or event, and they get a chance to vent in Girl Talk. We can talk about anything. We can talk about tennis, we can talk about anything. And they always just talk about how much pressure they feel in the classroom. And they have these reading bowls. I'm telling y'all, Usher Collier and Scott, on every level, they are competing. And so they have these reading bowls, and they're talking about how stressed they are in the reading bowls. And we're like, but look how stressed you were up here at this professional women's tournament where these women are playing for a $60K pot, and you're supposed to get their balls, and you don't know the rules of anything, but how you figured it out. And you figured it out by messing up and having an opportunity to try again. Nobody fussed at you about it. Nobody sat you in the corner over it. And so just, again, the intentionality of it. So they have had amazing experiences this summer. So right now we practice over at Adair Park, which is not far from our lead center. And so this summer, they'll have a chance to go and practice in an academy. Again, we pay those fees so that our families aren't burdened with those fees. It's very expensive. And so they'll have a chance to play and learn tennis with other kids across the metro, which is really going to take their learning to the next level. So our goal is to have them into some level 7 and 6 USTA tournaments, the beginner level tournaments, by the end of the summer.
That's great, and by the way, we think you're all summa cum laude, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to slip in my quick question. I just want to say thank you for coming and giving this presentation, this overview. I have been a fan of the work that you've been doing for a long time, and I have seen the outcomes of the students who benefit for your program. So my question is, what would you need from the board to support and help you expand these programs in our schools?
Well, again, vision-wise, we want to amplify athletic distinction. So I know with Kelly, I don't know if you're able to make the announcement about support for Senator Ossoff.
You just did.
Okay. But, even through Senator Ossoff's office, I mean, that's something that we're committed to and focusing on. And so tangibly, I don't know exactly how to make that happen, but again, if Emmett Johnson Sr. was not my coach, I would not have cared about academics. I don't even know if I would have really cared about life. And so he made athletics important to me. It got me drafted twice by the Chicago Cubs, played for the Chicago Cubs, happily married with children, and a ride or die for Atlanta Public Schools. Like, so I have opportunities to go throughout the world to do different things, but origin stories matter. So I don't have an exact answer other than we want athletics to be amplified and matter.
So right now, Mr. Jackson has been very generous in providing us with transportation to help support our middle school programming. And continuing to do that is very helpful, because if that transportation support from athletics was not there, our program would not be viable. So finding ways like that to provide assets that the district already has to employ within our programming is what I would say we need.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Kelly and CJ. This is I love every time I get to be around you. I feel the energy. I feel the goodness for our kids, and I appreciate the measurements, because I think that's really important. What piece of advice would you offer to other nonprofits working in our schools? What is the secret sauce that you could share that we can take back to our other partners?
I mean, I think you have to really care. I mean, for me, I have opportunities on a monthly basis to go to other counties, to go to other states, but origin stories matter. So I feel like you can't get connected with Atlanta Public Schools unless you're first convicted, like at the heart level. And then we can get to the head level where we start to talk about the KPIs. And then we can have a consensus, which is a heartfelt promise. And then we can collaborate, which is now the hand. So my thought is that in order to really support Atlanta Public Schools in the way that we do, I know for sure we are convicted. Like this we are convicted, which makes us connected, not just with love, but I mean, we have put money into this, millions of dollars, and have served over 5,000 students. And again, from that connection, there's consensus, but that consensus piece is a promise. We have made a promise to Atlanta Public Schools that we have kept. And then there's collaboration. So my advice is don't start with collaboration, start with conviction.
And I would just say, from a tactical standpoint, don't confuse having a large number of youth in your program with success. We have been committed to making sure that our impact in the lives of our youth can go deep, rather than saying we serve 2,000, youth a year, but the programming is shallow and it doesn't provide the support that they really need.
Thank you for your conviction.
I just want to thank you as well. I think my questions were answered, and I truly appreciate you uplifting quality over quantity, and being being a fan and supporting you all over the years and seeing the growth. Definitely a believer. So please keep us posted on how we can help, how we can help programming for you all. I know there's been some changes in athletics, and we're expanding in some ways. So please let us know what those specific things that you guys need. But it's really good to see you all here tonight.
Good to see
Thank
you.
you.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for showing up for our kids and our community and our city. CJ, I wanted to individually thank you because you gave me an opportunity to have a very memorable moment with my own son. I think we were outside of Dunbar Rec Center one day, and you guys were hitting wiffle balls outside of the rec center, and my son challenged me to swing the bat, and he didn't know Dad used to be a varsity baseball player. So we knocked a couple balls over to the tennis courts, and in the midst of that, we had run into a young man who was a student at King Middle, who started to get into a confrontation with another kid in the park. And to be in community with you, to counsel those boys, to sit them down, have some conversations with them, is reflective of the bigger power and purpose of youth sports, because it's hard work. And it exudes in how you all share, what you share about your program and the impact of it. But Black Father to Black Father, I just wanted to thank you for giving me that moment, that opportunity to show my son I could swing a bat, but also show my son what it looks like to show up for other kids and the council in our community, and that we are more than just board members or just former MLB players, but we're fathers and community stakeholders alike. So thank you for your work, brother.
Lastly, I'd just like to say I would be remiss if I did not mention Katrina and Joy in Partnerships, who help us each year get our MOU completed, which is very important to us because there was a sentiment earlier in the years when we partnered with APS that anybody could just be a partner. And I'm like, no, you gotta have your paperwork right. So, that is very important to us to make sure our paperwork is in order. So thank you to them. And I'll leave you guys with a teaser. Coach Jackson and our team and Ms. Jelks are working on another partnership that will expand our reach even further. So stay tuned.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Underwood, we're ready for your presentation.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Battle, Board Chairwoman Mitchell, and other members of the Board of Education. As Dr. Battle mentioned, my name is Matt Underwood. I serve as the Executive Director of the Office of Charter and Partner Schools here at APS. And make sure I have the clicker here. Advance ahead. Where am I pointing this thing? Okay, there we go. Apologies. So want to thank you for this opportunity to provide you with some background about the work of our office and the Office of Charter and Partner Schools, as well as an overview of the district's charter and partner schools, including each school's performance relative to their contracts with the district in the last school year. Our team works with all 24 of the district's charter and partner schools. First and foremost, our main responsibility is monitoring to ensure that schools are complying with the requirements and goals in their contracts with the district. Additionally, our office provides support to charter and partner schools to help them in better serving their students. Finally, our team works to find ways to foster collaboration between charter and partner schools and district-run schools. And you and members of the public can learn much more about our work as an office, as well as find a wealth of resources about APS charter and partner schools on our website that's included in the appendix. And I want to acknowledge our team in the Office of Charter and Partner Schools that carries out all of this work as they're here in the audience this afternoon. So thank you for being here. Here you'll see some examples of that monitoring, support, and collaboration that I was referencing just a moment ago. In terms of monitoring, a prime example is our annual performance monitoring report. This report is on our website and was also included in the board docs as an attachment with this presentation. In it, we provide a comprehensive assessment of each charter and partner school standing against a performance framework that was derived from the goals and requirements in their contracts with APS. We also support charter and partner schools in a number of different ways. For instance, in the past few years, we've set up a crisis support network for charter and partner schools specifically, so that a school can receive support from trained staff in the unfortunate event of the death of a student or staff member in their school community. In terms of collaboration, beyond our existing practices in this area, we just recently launched the application process for a new collaboration grant that will provide funding to catalyze deeper collaboration between district-run and charter and partner schools. This grant will fund 2 projects next school year that align to one or more of the APS goals and guardrails. Grant winners will be announced in June, and a required component for the grantees will be sharing lessons learned from the collaboration with APS leadership at the end of next school year. On this slide, you'll see the current demographic profile of charter and partner schools in the aggregate. On average, charter schools generally reflect the demographics of the district as a whole as they draw students from across APS. Partner schools match the demographics of the clusters they serve, given that the schools have defined neighborhood attendance zones. Because there can sometimes be confusion about the difference between a charter school and a partner school, the next few slides highlight key differences among some important domains between these 2 school types. Both charter and partner schools have been authorized by the APS Board of Education, with the first charter school authorized in 2000 and the first partner school in 2016 as a part of the district's broader turnaround strategy. One difference I'll note between charter and partner schools that's on this slide is under governance. While partner schools have school-level governance at through Go teams, similar to district-run schools, charter schools are governed by a nonprofit board of directors. On this slide, a key area I want to point out some of the differences is as it relates to policies. While both charter and partner schools enjoy a degree of flexibility to adopt their own local policies in many areas, both are required to follow district policies related to health and safety, as well as for student discipline. Any student disciplinary hearing for charter and partner school students are managed by the district's Office of Student Discipline in the same way they are facilitated for district-run schools. Here on slide 7, as it relates to funding, charter schools receive their QBE earnings in a proportional share of local revenue and federal funding as required by Georgia's charter school funding formula, while partner school contracts outline an agreed-upon funding formula that sets funding at a level similar to that at which it would be if the school remained a district-run school designated for school turnaround. So I'll now provide a deeper dive into charter schools before doing the same for partner schools. Currently, there are 19 charter schools that are approved by APS, and you can see them displayed here on a map of the city. In total, approximately 20% of APS students are enrolled in a district-authorized charter school. And then this slide shows the current enrollment level and grade range for each of those charter schools, as well as the enrollment cap that's defined in each charter contract. You'll note that some charter school organizations have schools spanning multiple campuses, but a single charter contract that encompasses all of those schools. As I mentioned earlier, our team uses a performance monitoring and reporting framework that's aligned to the school's charter contracts that annually assesses each charter school. Within the domains of academics, school climate, finance, operations, and governance, there are a range of indicators and measures that are used that are summarized on this slide and are explained in much more detail in the annual report that was included with this presentation. So the full and complete 22-23 school year annual report is posted on the website and included with this presentation, but here's a high-level summary of each school's performance pulled from that report. And again, this is from the 22-23 school year. All of the charter schools met the measurable standards for school climate, finance, operations, and governance. However, 9 charter schools did not meet standards on 1 or more academic indicators. This slide shows a deeper drill down on those academic indicators, and you can see that each of these schools' CCRPI performance placed the school on one of the state's state support and improvement lists. Additionally, all but 2 of the schools did not make sufficient growth on the content mastery or progress components of CCRPI, which is the College and Career Readiness Performance Index. And KIPP Seoul Primary's content mastery and progress components were lower than the district-run schools that students would otherwise attend if they were not at KIPP Seoul Primary. So those are the academic performance indicators that we measured, and these schools did not meet on 1 or more of those in the 22-23 school year. Charter schools receive a high degree of autonomy in exchange for accountability in meeting the performance standards that are outlined in their contracts. Therefore, there are potential consequences for any school that does not meet standards. Generally, a school who does not meet performance standards in an area in 1 year will be required to develop a corrective action plan and/or be subjected to an intervention. Of the schools on the previous slide, Centennial Academy and KIPP Metro Atlanta schools, charter schools received a conditional charter renewal from APS in December, which you may recall. And during this probationary period, if the schools remain on one of the state's support and improvement lists the next time they're recalculated, they face possible termination or non-renewal of their charter contracts. Through the next couple of slides, I'll share a brief update on information and data related to Apply APS Charter, which is a central new student admissions application platform that most of our APS charter schools have opted to participate in. This platform was created by our team a few years ago in collaboration with the district's charter schools to bring more transparency, efficiency, and equity to the charter school admissions process. And if you visit the website that's listed there on the slide, applyapscharter.org, you can learn much more about it. For this year, in the application cycle that just opened and closed this past spring, nearly 4,500 new student applications were submitted to schools participating in Apply APS Charter, which is all APS charter schools with the exception of Drew and KIPP, who do not as of yet participate in Apply APS Charter. Applications were submitted from all across the district, with the highest number of applications received from households in zip codes 30318, 30331, and 30315 that are displayed here. Because most schools and grade levels received more applications than spaces they have available, The result is that for every one application that resulted in an admissions offer to one of the participating schools, another 5 applications were placed on a school wait list. So I'm going to do something a little bit different in my update this year because I want to give you a glimpse into how APS charter and partner schools use their flexibility. And so I've invited a leader from one of our charter school organizations as well as a leader from one of our partner school organizations to speak briefly on this question of how flexibility and autonomy are used by their schools. So I'm going to introduce Mr. Josh Andrew, who's the head of school for Atlanta Classical Academy, a charter school that's been operating in APS since 2014, to share a few ways that they have used their flexibility.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood, and to all of you for this opportunity. Wonderful to share a little bit about ACA. So I'm going to describe just 4 sort of unique features of Atlanta Classical's curriculum and model, and then describe one way in which our autonomy was helpful in responding to an acute need that schools across our district faced in the last few years. So 4 things that are different, strange, unique about ACA that are directly related to the flexibility that you all generously offer us. One is that Atlanta Classical is a K-12 school. We have all students on a single campus gathered together, and our curriculum then is a kind of single arc that takes students from the moment that they walk into our doors as a 5-year-old all the way through senior year. So this means that our kindergarten teachers are literally in conversation on a weekly and monthly basis with our middle school teachers and our high school teachers in order to offer our students a kind of coherent body of knowledge and a coherent sequence of skills to ensure that they are successful in every domain as they approach college and career or whatever opportunity might await them when they graduate. We also have seniors that in off periods work in kindergarten, first and second grade classrooms as teaching assistants, which, as you can imagine, creates some delightful encounters during the school day. Since 2014, again, as a function of our autonomy, we've been able to implement an explicit phonics program at ACA. We were investing in the science of reading from our opening, and we've seen tremendous gains both in our own expertise in this realm and then in student results as a consequence. But we've been really proud of these results and excited to partner with Atlanta Public Schools as kind of across the district we see folks investing in this work. Another interesting feature of ACA is that we have a very limited use of technology on our campus. So we are an away for the day campus. We don't allow students to have phones on campus. We took this a step further in February and did something called the February Freeze, where we invited our middle school students, grades 6 through 8, to give up social media for the entire month of February. I feel like I should pause here for applause or something. But they really did it. We had like 160 students opt into this. We made them take surveys before and after giving it up for the entire month. And we were flooded with these beautiful little anecdotes from families of people who actually saw their kids doing their homework away from their phones or talking to them at dinner or having something to say on the way home from school because they weren't sort of glued to their devices. Many folks asked that we move from a February freeze to a March maintain. But it would have led to a riot among our student body. And then finally, senior thesis presentations, which I will turn into an offer to all of you. The capstone project at Atlanta Classical Academy is that every single senior that graduates from ACA writes a 12 to 15 page paper that they defend and present for an entire hour in front of a panel of faculty members. Ms. Jen McDonald has been part of one of these before and actually sat on one of these panels, which was wonderful. And truly, we are always looking to bring in board members, guests from the district. Matt Underwood has done this as well. It's hugely dignifying to our students to have folks like you come and participate in this. But our students can write on a subject of their choosing related to the curriculum. We say, go to something that unsettled you, right? A question that you couldn't shake. Perhaps it was 7th grade. Perhaps it was 9th grade, whatever it was, and spend the entire semester alongside of a faculty member trying to unravel that question, do a kind of intellectual archaeology work, or of an archaeologist rather, kind of dig down into the roots of a question, find what men and women have been saying about that idea for a long time, and then join your voice to the conversation. So those actually begin next week. It would be lovely to have any of y'all participate or actually sit on one of these panels. It's a lot of fun. I'm going in the wrong direction here. So I also wanted to describe just a kind of an acute situation and the direct ways in which Atlanta Classical's autonomy were beneficial. And I'm describing the sort of COVID challenge that all of our schools faced. When we returned from COVID and even in the midst of it, we saw just through MAP assessments that in math and English, performance was down almost universally across the grades. We also noted when we returned in person in 2021, 2022, that student behaviors, there was sort of an uptick of the referrals that we saw on campus. And so we did a couple things that were really specific and targeted to respond to the specific needs of our students, to include lengthening our math block by 40% in the lower school. We added English and math enrichment classes that happened over the summer. We also got really obsessed with the idea of instructional coaching and committed to observing every single one of our teachers a minimum of 8 times per year. So this is sort of expanding on the TEKS format, but we had teachers that were observed 20 and 30 times during the school year, really believing that if there is a silver bullet in improving instruction across our schools, it's investing in the quality of our teachers and in their professional development. So again, our autonomy as a charter school allowed us to get really serious about this and invest our resources toward that end. And then in the realm of behavior, noting that we were seeing sort of struggles across our campus of a variety of sort of expressions, we developed a house system for our students in grades 6 through 8, designed after, there are a number of house systems that folks are aware of. Harry Potter is the most popular, a fictional one. But we have 4 sort of classical cities that our students are placed in 6th grade, and this created opportunities for student leadership and relationship that led to a measurable improvement in behavior across campus. We started doing sort of interventions after first hour every single day in small groups with students, and in general, sort of our small K-12 campus really allowed us to respond precisely to the needs that we saw emerging. So quick anecdotes, quick summary, but those are some of the ways in which autonomy and flexibility have benefited us at ACA.
All right, thank you, Josh. And I'll invite Josh back up at the end when we have our question session. All right. So state law requires that each local school district adopt policies and processes for applicants to submit new startup charter school applications for review. Our team facilitates this process for APS, and this year we received one application from Tapestry Public Charter School, which seeks to open a new charter school in APS in the 25-26 school year. The proposed school is modeled after Tapestry's existing charter school in DeKalb County that serves an intentionally neurodiverse student population in grades 6 through 12. Our review of Tapestry's application is in its early stages, and information will be presented to the board for action no earlier than the June 24 board meeting in accordance with state guidelines. And one final quick slide in this section specific to charter schools. This one focuses on the State Charter Schools Commission of Georgia. The commission, as you likely know, is an entity entirely separate from APS that is able to approve new charter schools that have either been denied by a local school district or have a statewide attendance zone. As of October of this school year, there were a little over 1,300 students zoned for APS, but who've opted instead to attend one of 15 different commission-approved charter schools. And as well, there's one new commission-approved charter school near APS boundaries slated to open next school year. So I'll turn attention now to our district's partner schools, which were previously district-run neighborhood schools whose CCRPI performance led the district to select turnaround partners to operate these schools in order to improve outcomes for students. There's currently 5 partner schools in APS: Slater Elementary, Price Middle, and Carver Steam Academy, operated by Purpose-Built Schools Atlanta; Gideon's Elementary, that's operated by the Condesi Schools; and Woodson Park Academy, which is run by KIPP Metro Atlanta Schools. There's about 2,400 APS students who attend one of these partner schools. And on this slide, you'll see the grade levels that are served and the current enrollment for each one of these partner schools. As I mentioned earlier, each partner school serves students in the district-defined attendance zone, and so they have the students that are zoned for them, but also may accept additional students for the district's administrative transfer process if the school has the capacity to do so. As we do with charter schools, our team publishes the annual performance and compliance report on partner schools using a performance framework that's tied to the unique goals and requirements of partner agreements with APS. There's some similarities between the two frameworks, but there are some key differences specifically in the academic and governance domains that reflect some of the differences in the partner agreements. Here you'll see a high-level summary of the performance of each of these partner schools that was pulled from our 2022-23 annual report. Price Middle School and Woodson Park Academy met standards on all performance indicators, while the other partner schools met standards on nearly all indicators. I do want to highlight here that all of these partner schools started their term as a partner school on the state's comprehensive support and improvement list, and as of this year, they are now all off of that comprehensive support and improvement list. So while there remains work to be done to continue the academic turnaround at these schools, each of them has made great strides through the support of these partner organizations. Here's a closer look at those places where a school may not have met on a performance indicator last school year. Gideon's Elementary, though it fell off the support and improvement list entirely, did fall just short of meeting its challenge index target, which measures the school's performance on the milestones assessments relative to the school's student poverty rate. Slater Elementary and Carver STEAM Academy each had at least one Go Team member who did not fulfill Go Team training requirements. Therefore, the school received an approaching standards on that indicator. And like charter schools, a partner school's failure to meet standards on elements of our performance framework may result in a range of potential consequences for the school. At present, none of our partner schools are facing any of these scenarios. So just a moment ago, you heard from Josh Andrew, who leads a charter organization. I'm now going to invite up Mr. Mike Davis, who's the Chief Executive Officer for Purpose Built Schools Atlanta, to speak briefly about how Purpose Built Schools Atlanta as a partner organization leverages their flexibility to improve outcomes for students.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Battle. My name is Mike Davis. I'm the CEO of Purpose Built Schools Atlanta, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here with you today. As many of you know, 7 years ago, APS partnered with Purpose Built Schools to help bridge the academic and opportunity gap that exists between students in high-income schools and low-income zip codes. Our mission is to cultivate the skills and agency in pursuit of our students' skills and agency in pursuit of their unlimited potential. When our partnership began, our schools were some of the lowest performing in the state of Georgia. And we're some of the lowest performing in the state of Georgia and some of the most economically disadvantaged communities in our city. But we, like all of you, believe that zip codes should not define the academic outcomes of students. So we leverage the autonomy and flexibility granted to us through our partner contract with the Office of Charter and Partner Schools to implement a model designed to give our students the additional tools and resources they deserve. As Mr. Underwood noted, purpose-built schools are neighborhood schools, and we accept each and every student in our attendance zone. So our students have access to the resources that they receive as part of being APS schools, plus all of the added benefits of being partner schools. Oh, wrong. So this is our model. Our innovative model includes project-based instruction, whole child development and enrichments, student and family support, and a positive school culture. And we're excited to share that what we're doing is actually working. For the first time in our history, as Matt stated, none of our schools were included on Georgia DOE's CSI list, Improved academic performance was among the criteria that led to this achievement. And while we had some catching up to do following the COVID dip, we're steadily making year-over-year gains in all key metrics outlined in our contract with APS. But I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the elements of our model that help bolster this academic achievement, namely our enrichments and partnerships that wouldn't be possible without the autonomy of being a partner organization. A strong focus on academics is absolutely necessary for our students' foundation, but they also need exposure to enrichment opportunities to explore their own creativity. We offer dozens of opportunities, including urban agriculture, robotics, computer science and engineering, music, visual arts and film, foreign language, dance, and sports. For example, the aviation program at Carver STEAM Academy, in partnership with Tango Flight, Airbus, and Delta Airlines, encourages students to learn social and technical skills required to work in the aviation industry while building a working airplane. Yes, they actually build working airplanes. And then there are 40+ community partners that we work with to provide support to our students and their families. We choose these partners because we find out what the specific needs of our students are, and then we try to match partnerships to bring those resources to our families. But we couldn't do any of this without the autonomy to fundraise and have our own community partners focused exclusively on the well-being of our student community. Purpose-Built Schools Student and Family Support Program raises approximately $3 million a year, or $2,500 per student, to fund these extra resources and supports that our students wouldn't otherwise have access to. We are proud to partner with APS and are grateful for the flexibility and autonomy granted to us by the Office of Partner and Charter Schools that allows us to ensure our students have everything they need, both in school and out of school. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Davis. So that concludes the main portion of the presentation. There are a number of other resources and information in the appendix, so I'll stop there and invite Mr. Davis and Mr. Andrew back up in case you have any questions for them, but also any questions for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood, for your presentation. Now we entertain any questions from our board members. Okay, we're gonna start back. Okay, well, District 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood, and thank you both for being here and sharing about ACA and Purpose Built. And I've been able to tour ACA, and I have, of course, been over to Slater, Price, and Carver Steam, which is my Board of Education district. I've seen the plane. I've seen the farm. Truly, there's project-based learning going on over there for sure. And we know that the true purpose of charters was to try things on a small scale and see what could be. Ooh, I got the buzz. That's time. It's my 30 seconds. And then see what can be implemented into traditional schools or larger settings. To me, I mean, schools everywhere, incubators. So we're seeing things that are clearly working and appreciate your office and the work you do, Mr. Underwood. So could you give us some examples of where we are right now? You mentioned a grant that's coming and tied to some of our goals. Can you give us some examples of some things that we're actually looking to implement in a traditional school setting? And we appreciate the real true partnership I think we have in APS with our charters and obviously partners, and where we think we can go in the future and what support you need from the board in this type of work.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so I think one of the things certainly have been most excited about in coming into this role a few years ago is building that collaboration between district-run schools and charter and partner schools. Of course, COVID derailed some of those plans, but really over the past couple of years, we've started to build back just at kind of a relationship building level, some of those opportunities for school leaders to interact through inviting charter and partner schools to the district expanded cabinet meetings, into the district principals meetings, so the school leaders actually have a chance to connect and talk in both an informal and formal way about the work that's happening at their schools. But of course, that only goes so far, and these school leaders are very busy. So part of the idea behind this collaboration grant is to really help provide some support for funding that can create more meaningful opportunities for collaboration beyond those, sort of more informal ways that we've seen over the past couple of years. So one example, the grant application is currently open, so we haven't received applications and haven't made a final determination on the types of things that might get awarded funding, but some of the examples that we've heard so far are around school farms. So there's a number of district-run schools that are interested in starting a sort of a farm-to-school type program, and we have some examples of that in some of our charter and partner schools. So leveraging that experience to learn what's working well and how to make that work from an operational but also a curricular level. There also has been interest, as Mr. Andrew from ACA was mentioning, the emphasis on literacy and the science of reading initiative that's being rolled out here in APS, leveraging opportunities for partnership there through that as well. So we think that there's a lot of potential, both through things that get funded through this grant and then also just ways that we, as an Office of Charter and Partner Schools, working in collaboration with colleagues in district-run schools, can help to make those connections, whether it's through a grant-funded program or really just bringing those people together who can make things happen. But trying to make space for school leaders to do this work in a way that we can be supportive and facilitate it and not just add another thing to their plate. So.
That's great to hear, especially around the farm, urban ag, because we know those programs exist, like at Washington, and they're thriving at M. Agnes Jones. And then, of course, Atlanta Neighborhood Charter School has a great program, which I know they've been partnering with Price. So that's fantastic for that support to exist, and then hearing how this grant can further it. And of course, literacy. I mean, that's obviously goal number one for us. So knowing that you all are working to put in place actual things and practices and implement them, so we'll actually have examples of things we're trying, that is innovation. So look forward to hearing how that grant progresses and how you can keep the board updated so we know how we can best support that work.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hello, thank you for this presentation, and I definitely appreciate the addition of the partner in charter school presentation. So my questions are about slide 13 and 12, which highlights the charter school performance framework. And we see that there are a number of schools on the academic list for not meeting one indicator. I wanted you to talk a little bit about that particular indicator of school performance gap closure, and then what does accountability look like in terms of support from us, or is it like what does that look like? What does school improvement look like in this space of a charter, and what is our role, and how does that impact our resources and staffing? Like, are we staffed, and just all of that?
Yeah.
Touch
yeah.
on that for
Sure,
me, please.
Sure. So specific to the slide that's up right here, because each of these schools that you see, really as a result of their CCRPI performance not meeting in an area, ended up, not surprisingly, with them on one of the state support and improvement lists. As a function of being on that list, they have to develop a school improvement plan in collaboration with the district and with the state. And so as a part of that plan being implemented, members of our team from APS as well as from the state are attending monthly progress monitoring meetings with those schools, providing support when needed, but also ultimately, because these are charter schools who receive flexibility and autonomy through a contract in exchange for accountability, it really ultimately is on them. We want to provide support and want to see these schools succeed, but at the end of the day, that improvement plan is developed by them, and we can provide support if and when it's needed, but ultimately it's on that charter organization to turn it around. So they bring a lot of their own resources to bear for these schools that may have areas in need of improvement, and then we provide support as a district along with the state as needed. The specific measures that are on the slide here, what we're really looking at for charter schools in terms of the performance that's outlined in their contract are, to kind of put it in simple terms, their performance relative to themselves. So are they, as an individual school, closing any gaps they might have in their performance as a school, but then also relative to the district. And by the district, I mean not just the APS average performance on CCRPI, but the schools that the students would otherwise attend if they weren't attending that charter school. And so that second measure, the school district comparison, looks at the overall CCRPI score, when there is one, which there hasn't been for the past several years, but also the content mastery and progress components of CCRPI, and looks at it relative to the district as a whole. And then students who, for example, Kipsol Primary, the vast majority of students, if they weren't going to Kipsol Primary, would attend Usher Collier Elementary School. Their performance this past year was lower than Usher Collier's in the content mastery and progress domains of CCRPI, and so that's why they didn't meet on that indicator. So we're looking at that overall performance for the school relative to its own historical performance, but then also against the district too.
And one follow-up question, if I remember correctly, this is not measured every year anymore. What is the timing for when they will come back in and assess progress?
Oh, in terms of the state support and improvement
Yes.
list, yeah. So the schools that are on the CSI and ATSI list, it will be measured again in another 3 years. And so that's part of the reason why when we had the conditional renewal for Centennial Academy and KIPP Metro Atlanta in December, that is essentially a 3-year probationary period for those charter organizations, so that the next time that those lists are calculated, if any of those schools remain on that list or move to a different support and improvement list, we would immediately bring their charter back before the board to consider whether it should be continued or not.
And are there any interim goals that have been set by these schools or that are
Yes.
required by us to monitor how they're
Yes.
progressing?
Yeah, so as a part of that improvement plan that's developed for each of these schools, there are goals that are monitored along the way, so we're not just sort of crossing our fingers and hoping we'll get good news in 3 years. So looking at their performance gap closure over the next couple of years, each of the schools is on the list for a particular area, and seeing the progress that's made to look at where they may be headed towards at the time of that. And that doesn't mean that, if there are issues that arise with any of these schools over the next few years, that all of our same performance monitoring still happens. So we will continue to monitor regardless of what, whether a school's on this support and improvement list or not.
Thank you. I will relinquish the mic now, but I may have another question later.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Look, I'm a believer in choice, and I think part of having a choice, a robust choice ecosystem, is what you just described. We provide freedom and flexibility in exchange for accountability, and I appreciate hearing from Mr. Andrew and Mr. Davis. Like, this is where it's working. Like, we're seeing great stuff here. Kids are being well served here, and I appreciate you lifting that up because I think we need to be asset focused. I'm concerned a little bit about, similar to Board Member Baldwin, the comparing CCRPI is a very rough instrument. And so from a parent perspective, the reason I believe in choice is because many of us exercise choice by where we choose to live or where we choose to, so to say that, so I think that we need to acknowledge that. For parents to have honest choice, they should be able to compare the schools that are in their that are options. And I'm concerned that the measure that we're using is a little opaque. How can we put parents in a position to compare the honest performance of one school versus another school through Apply APS?
So beyond CCRPI,
Yeah.
looking at milestones.
Or I'm sorry, do you think CCRPI is a good tool for parents to choose schools?
I mean, I think any one of these tools, in and of itself, has its limitations for sure. And CCRPI, probably to the average person, makes not a whole lot of sense necessarily.
Okay.
So part of
I'm working.
part of what we're measuring is what is outlined in the state performance framework as a part of their charter contract. That doesn't mean that we can't bring additional measures to it. And I would say, beyond even what we're using for accountability purposes, to your question of like, how would a family who's looking to exercise choice of where they send their student to school find information to make them help make an informed choice? Two things I would point out. One is we do have, connected to Apply APS Charter, but including all of the district schools, charter, partner, district-run schools, a school finder tool that allows families to search and look for information about schools based on program offerings, school performance, all sorts of factors that they might want to look at as they're beginning to explore their options. And then also to the APS Insights website that the district's data information group puts together has all sorts of resources, but I think one of the most valuable ones is a school profile. So you can look at and compare to other schools similarly situated, elementary, middle, and high, on a number of different measures: attendance, student performance on milestones, behavior, et cetera. So I think from a kind of consumer perspective, using those tools is good, but then your question of like maybe how do we consider incorporating some of those components into our monitoring framework too, I think maybe is what you're asking as well, is definitely something that we could consider doing. It would just require then changing with the state, for APS at least, the appendix to the contract that outlines those performance requirements.
Well, how we manage with the state is one perspective. What I'm most concerned about is from the parent perspective, and that's part of the process. What I've heard from parents is when there's a lot of energy around Apply APS, and because they're trying to hit deadlines, when they're not. Parents don't often see the district school that's that option. And so I wonder, it's almost like we're routing them into a separate path down the charter path and not giving them the option to see the district path. And so I'm wondering how we create parity, especially given, and when, again, a healthy choice environment requires transparency and accountability. And so I would wonder if there's a way to incorporate the district option in the apply option. So it's not just that there's a bright, shiny thing that we need to go to, when in fact, they're not always outperforming.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that end, one of the things that we've been working on with both the Office of Early Learning and the Office of Student Assignment, right now, there's a number of different programs to which parents at APS can apply. You can apply to a charter school. You can apply for a district administrative transfer. You apply for a pre-K program. Each of those has a separate application process and pathway that can be very cumbersome and confusing to a family. And so we're looking at ways to maybe streamline and align those systems. You still would, of course, apply separately for a charter school than you would for an administrative transfer, for example. But how can we make this process a little bit easier for a family to navigate to get at that point you're raising right there?
Very well. And I encourage, so thank you. I'll see the balance of my time, whatever that time limit is. I do think, yeah, right? I do think continue to sing the virtues of folks that are high performing is part of this accountability equation.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Johnson.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll be brief because my colleagues leaned into some of the questions that I had as well. Grateful for the presentation, really excited to hear about the collaboration grant and the opportunity to share some best practices and it really enhanced the work for all of our students in APS. I too am just curious, I know that the board is preparing to go through kind of a retreat around our student outcomes focused governance goals and maybe do some refining in that work, and just wanting to know if there are opportunities going forward for our charter and partner schools to really engage in some of those conversations and sharing out of the outcomes around our literacy and numeracy goals, just so we can have that picture as well as we're continuing this partnership.
Absolutely.
Are there any more questions? Okay.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I think my question goes to Mr. Davis and Mr. Andrews, just in terms of, I know in terms of what you all are seeing play out, as we look at, how schools are progressing and the work that you all are doing. What are you seeing in terms of the changes, or even like the students in terms of academics? What are some of the things that need to be on our radar? And also, what are some of the spaces that you are observing that are not often talked about in terms of what you're seeing in the spaces that what the students are serving, particularly as our partner schools, honestly. And then Mr. Andrews, would love to hear your perspective as well.
Great question. So there are two things I would point to. So I've been in my role now for almost a year, and two things that stick out. I had a conversation with a partner, and we were talking about the RTI model and the pyramid, and how typically you have in Tier 1 about 80% of your students, and about 15% of your students are Tier 2, and then 5% that are Tier 3. And they made the comment that in one of your schools, that's actually inverse. And that struck me because it begged the question for us, are we structured to really support the students that are in our schools, that are our demographic? And I wouldn't say that our model is an inverse triangle. I think it's more of a rectangle, but are we adequately resourced to meet the needs of all of the students, especially if we have a higher number of students who are coming to us multiple grade levels behind in core content areas? And so that's something that our academic team is tackling and addressing. As partner schools, we don't have the luxury of turning away kids or saying, if a kid lives in our zip code, they come to our school, and then it's really on us to kind of figure out how we leverage our resources to meet the needs. And so I would say, just like the rest of the district, right, when it comes to algebra proficiency, like we're exploring partnerships to ensure that we have resources in place to meet the needs of all of our students, however they come to us. We have an incredible partnership with the Skank School and the Reading Source to meet the needs of our students who may have dyslexia or other students who are neurodiverse. And so that's one thing that I would point to, is that, just based on my observations over the almost last year, those are the needs from an academic standpoint. And then I think the other part of this is, for those of you that know me, I spent the last 6 years working in the early learning space. And so, figuring out how we partner with the early learning providers in our community to strengthen the work that they're doing, and to strengthen the relationships between our elementary school and the early learning providers. But I think early learning is a huge piece of this puzzle as well, because to the extent that we can really invest in children from 0 to 5, you're already changing the trajectory in terms of them when they end up in kindergarten, they show up kindergarten ready. And so, again, those are two of the things that I would point to in terms of what we're thinking about and the work that we're really focused on to really sort of move the dial for our students and our.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just comment briefly on this. First, just to say a word about where we've seen growth in the last 5 years. A data point that we've been paying really close attention to at ACA is just the performance of our economically disadvantaged population of students. And this is a group that has quadrupled in size for us over the last 5 years. We were just sharing this data with our board at ACA last week. We've seen that group go from performing in sort of the 20th percentile range on the MAP assessment for English and math to being in the high 50s in relative to the national average, so the median performance. We've been really grateful and thrilled to see that growth. And Dr. Battle's team was at ACA a couple months ago now, when we're really excited to partner with you all as you expand your work in the literacy realm. I think there's just wonderful opportunities to do some sort of knowledge sharing. I do want to affirm the point that was just made about special education. Nick Kahn's team does an amazing job supporting us, but there are moments, because we are a small school, we have about 100 people that work at Atlanta Classical in total, and we are open enrollment for the entire District of Atlanta. So we don't have, at Atlanta Classical, we don't have a neighborhood zone. We have the entire city that has equal access to our school. That does mean that the infrastructure of a given institution really has to flex dramatically depending on who ends up coming through your doors. And so, again, this is sort of the responsibility that we have as a charter school. This is the other side of autonomy and flexibility. But I think the extent to which we can continue to talk about partnerships with Atlanta Public Schools, with the infrastructure that you have to support sort of acute needs that emerge that threaten to sort of break the infrastructure that exists at one of our schools to ensure that we can best support students, is a place to continue to explore. So that's just one sort of practical takeaway.
And then my last question for Matt Underwood, if that's okay. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry. I'll ask him outside. No problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt and team. Dr. Bracken, we're ready for your monthly financial update.
All right. Good afternoon, Board Chair Mitchell, members of the board, and Dr. Battle. Today I'll present 3 topics related to finance. First, I'll provide you with the financials for FY24 for all activities occurring in the months of July through February within the Consolidated General Fund, followed by the recommendation for budget adjustments, and finally, I'll provide a brief update on the FY25 budget development process. With the next 4 slides, we'll cover the FY24 financials for the first 8 months of the fiscal year. The financial position continues to be relatively strong. So far, we have collected about 81.27% of the total resources, with local collections at 95.84%, state at 52.14%, and other, which includes the Fund 150 Title I transfer in, at 68.42%. We're currently tracking ahead of pace for revenue collections overall as compared to this point in time last year. Last year by March, we had collected a total of 82.72% of total revenue. This year, we're already at 86.52%. On slide 5, we see the budget to actual expenditures so far for FY24. We've currently spent 61.87% of budgeted allotments, and spending in all functions is appropriate for this point in the fiscal year. And slide 6 presents the current spending trend for FY24 against the FY23 trend. By the end of February last year, we had spent 60.44% of our total annual spend. This year, we're slightly ahead of pace at 61.87%. We're monitoring both revenue collections and pace of spend. We're likely to bring a budget adjustment next month that reflects the local collections and addresses some current overspend that we're seeing in utilities, average salary, and a couple of other areas. Detailed financials can be found in Agenda Item 9.2. Slide 7 shows activity for select federal program budgets so far for this fiscal year. And Slide 8 shows a comparison to the previous fiscal year. As a reminder, title funds have a 15-month period of availability, July 1st through September 30th. And when comparing the year-to-date actuals, FY24% spend is higher than FY23 for Title II Part A and Title IV Part B. With regards to ESSER 3, the district is still spending at a faster pace than FY24 than FY23, and we are on track to spend all funds. Federal Programs is working with the schools and departments to expend their current title funds in a timely manner, and there's currently a pending charter and partner reimbursement total of $2 million, which will increase the spend down as well. I'm bringing 2 budget adjustments for the Consolidated General Fund today. The Gold Grant is a state grant that has been awarded for 2 of our schools, Cleveland and M.A. Jones, for the amount of $5,000 each. This adjustment impacts both revenue and expenditures. Details for these adjustments can be found in Agenda Item 6.1. Agenda Item 9.3 includes the detailed financial information report for special revenue adjustments less than $1 million that have occurred in March. Finally, I'll provide a brief update on the FY25 budget planning process thus far this year. And as a reminder, our Chief Human Resource Officer, Nicole Lawson, presented at the March Budget Commission and shared out the FY25 recommendation for compensation. Some key takeaways from that presentation include APS teacher salaries currently rank 6th among Metro Atlanta districts for bachelor and master starting wages. Master level teacher starting rate is more than $2,900 less at APS than at the highest paying district. And mid-range pay for experienced master's level teachers is almost $10,000 lower than in APS than in the highest paying district, ranking APS at the 50th percentile for teacher salaries in Metro Atlanta. This slide reflects the initial proposal for compensation for FY25. The proposal includes updates to the pay structure for the teacher salary schedule and factors in the $2,500 increase proposed within the QBE, market adjustments, and a paid step increase. The proposal would continue retention stipends in high-need subject areas and in turnaround schools, and strategic recruitment and retention stipends to support innovative hiring strategies. Finally, for non-teaching positions, the proposal includes a cost of living increase and a paid step increase. The total cost of the proposal is $58.9 million. Slide 14 provides the most up-to-date forecast for revenue projections for FY25. Since our last meeting, we have come up on our local revenue projections in alignment with what other Metro CFOs are forecasting. This revenue presents a realistic forecast for revenue, but leans more towards optimism than our traditional conservative estimates. We're currently proposing a budget that uses fund balance to the degree that fund balance is no less than 15% of proposed expenditures. And overall, we're planning a healthy increase of 6% in available resources. This slide walks us through the expenditure assumptions so far for FY25. Traditional schools are up 2% due to increases in salary, benefits, and ESSER offset funds. These increases are offset by an overall declining enrollment projection. Charters and partners are up 8% and 13% respectively. This amount is likely to increase as we continue to adjust our revenue projections upwards. Central office is currently down as we reduce the request for travel and non-personnel. And the next 3 lines represent new initiatives for FY25, including bringing the nutrition program in-house, exploring a new ERP system, and funding the new Readers Are Leaders initiatives. The next 2 lines represent changes or continuation of ESSER-funded initiatives, including summer school, which will continue to be primarily funded through Title, and a change in the virtual programs offering. The final lines either address specific budget parameters or identify other areas of the budget where there are large changes. We continue to see increases in costs tied to the transportation program, especially as state health benefit costs increase, insurance, and other supply costs increase. We're continuing to review the general fund safety initiatives in light of the still pending state grant for safety. And I've discussed the compensation model that we're currently proposing a partial offset related to lapsed salaries. This budget includes increases to utility costs based on our current year spend, and also includes our annual 3% increase to the city pension plan. Finally, we see decreases in state grants as a large bus grant sunsets, and the 2 one-time payments from the current fiscal year fall off. Overall, the FY25 expenditure budget is up 7%, and we still have a gap of between 15 and 20 million to close. This week, Cabinet is reviewing their division budget request, and we're meeting with the superintendent this Thursday to recommend additional gap closure strategies in the central office. We're preparing to present either a balanced budget or a couple of budget options at the April Budget Commission meeting. Also at this meeting, we're planning for an in-depth conversation around our non-general fund budgets, including nutrition, SPLOST, and our title programs. This meeting is currently scheduled for April 18th at noon. The public hearing and vote on the tentative budget will be held at the regular scheduled board meeting on May 6th, and the final public hearing and vote on the FY25 budget is scheduled for June 3rd. That concludes my presentation. I can take any questions that you have.
Do anyone have any questions? Board Member Brooks?
You're gonna go in first.
Gotta make sure. That's right. We ain't gonna miss you again.
Not gonna cut me off.
No.
I love us. Thank you so much, Dr. Bracken, for your presentation. I just had a quick question, point of clarification about the teacher compensation and where we fall for the district. If I'm not mistaken, previously I believe we'd heard that we were about 3rd in the Metro Atlanta area. Today I'm seeing that we're 6th. And I'm presuming that there's been some shifts with other districts that has caused us to be in the place that we are now. So my question is, who has moved? What do we project this to look like for the 24-25 school year? And I would appreciate if you would be willing to give us a recommendation in terms of where will we need to be in the city of Atlanta to be number 1 in the metro area going into the 24-25 school year.
Okay. Yep.
Hi, Board Member Brooks. So we were 6 when we presented at the Budget Commission meeting. Going into last school year, our goal was to be within the 75th percentile. That was the compensation philosophy that we adopted. Mid-year, 2 school districts moved. So we had Fulton that made an adjustment to their schedule in December, as well as the CAB that made an adjustment to their schedule, which moved us down to 6th place, depending on which scale you're looking at, whether that's the bachelor scale, the master scale, and on what step. They all vary, as you can see on this slide. What we need to do is to invest in the recommendation that we're suggesting. Our recommendation will put APS within the 75th and 100th percentile. It takes into account a forecast of our neighboring districts moving as well. And I believe it will position APS to be one of the top payers.
If we were to concentrate on the base bachelor compensation, for example, just so we're speaking about the same marker, where would we need to be at the 100th percentile?
What do you mean where we would need to be?
To be the top paying district in the metro area, where if a teacher had a choice of any district across the metro to teach in, and they wanted to be the best compensated they could be, where does Atlanta need to be numerically to stand alone?
Yep, so our proposal would put APS in the 100th or 75th percentile. It is a forecast. So based on my proposal and what we think other districts will do, we will be one of the top payers. I can't predict what other school districts will do. It depends on their forecast and their revenue projections, but I do believe if we invest fully in the comp proposal, that we will be one of the top payers as it relates to teacher pay, whether it's bachelor's level, master's, specialist, or doctorate.
And my understanding is that base bachelor is 60,000 and some.
That would be a recommendation.
Understood. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Board Member Dr. Zeff.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Bracken. I appreciate, as always. Just so I understand, it looks like we're running about 41 million ahead in revenue and 52 million behind in expenses. Am I reading that correctly?
So going back to this slide, so yes, we're currently tracking ahead of pace in revenue collections. So that 41 million is not, that is compared to the previous year. If we continued collections at the previous year, my calculations have us about 20 million ahead, where we will land at the end of the fiscal year. And so we currently are anticipating a usage of fund balance of about 70 million or so. We're assuming that we will use about half of that.
So is it possible to continue to include the fund balance slide in these presentations?
Sure, yes.
Okay, because I have a feeling, I never thought I'd say this out loud, but $15 million left in GAP sounds like good news. That, it sounds like you guys have been looking in the couch cushions. That's where $15 million might be. That's great. So, but to see that in context of the fund balance, I think would be really helpful.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Sure, go ahead. Board Member Brooks.
Did you say 15 million?
Yeah,
1.5.
1.5. 50, I think she said 15 to 20 million. I don't want to put words.
Point of
in
clarification, if we wanted to get our teacher base salary to 65,000, how much more would it cost us to get there?
Yeah, we would have to run those numbers. I will put in my caveat. We teed this up at the last Budget Commission, and I'll do a deep dive at the upcoming Budget Commission about the sustainability of just our expenditures against our revenue going forward. We're actively building out now a 5-year forecast. Compensation grows legs. It's not a one-time expenditure. So every time we invest, we're continuing to invest that amount plus the percentage on top of that in every out year. And right now, we're not in a sustainable position to continue to invest at the rate we have been in compensation. So it does take us taking that deeper dive look at structurally and systemically how we're going to continue to build these budgets against a revenue and potentially a capped revenue in the out years. So while we do recommend,
Or pensions rolling off, and there'll also be an additional infusions of money that we won't have to expend for those things, correct?
That's correct. Yes, but our pension in total is about 70 million, and the compensation proposal in this 1 year is 60 million. So we think about next year, a 60 million on top of that $60 million investment. So that pension roll-off gets us sustainable for that year, and in the very next year, we're back underwater.
Just a point of clarification.
Yeah.
If we are making larger strides to be in the front of the line, would we not, moving forward, be able to take smaller strides to remain at?
And the price gets higher and higher, is the assumption with compensation. So we would need to be prepared to be able to invest more every year to keep afloat. Otherwise, we'll continue to dip down to lower place value within the market.
Is the thought that it would have to continue to be 6%, 7%, 8% to do so, though?
Not necessarily, and again, it's an annual review. So we do our annual market review every December, checking the market to see where we are.
And
So it may not be as much, but every year we do have step increases that go along with years of experience. We also have revenue that may or may not come in from the state as it relates to state adjustments. So there's so many variables related to compensation that we do have to be fiscally responsible.
And my last question, I promise. We did say at the last Budget Commission that we would entertain now doing mid-year adjustments, whereas we had not been doing that before, correct?
A mid-year review. So
Mid-year
we'll take
review.
a look and determine if there's a need to do anything.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll just add on the CFO MRISA calls, I don't see a cooling in the competition in salary markets anytime soon. However, if we do see a 3% cap on all districts' local revenue, we might see a little bit of backing off of that in the out years.
Board Member Katie Howard.
I just want to say great questions. Appreciate all of them. I hope everyone can come again. I was really impressed that everyone's showing up at the last Budget Commission meeting. So April 18th, we're going to do a deep, deep dive. We've allotted multiple hours, and we will all be sitting on the same level and having a discussion, because we really have to talk about, even though, thank you again for getting the gap down to between 15 and 20 from 85. Your team, I know, has been working very hard, and thank you, Dr. Battle, too, for your leadership in this area. We do still have to talk about long-term. We have got to pay our educators, our staff, more than fairly, and we want to make sure it's sustainable, and then checking on it mid-year. But that requires us, because there are other costs as well, professional development, wellness, insurance, everything, to look long-term at what we are also going to say no to in order to say yes to our priorities. So I look forward to having that conversation on the 18th. Thank you again to you and your team. And bring those questions, Shivy, because we're going to really deep dive into it. And I want to make sure we're very transparent to the public, too, about the work we're doing. And thank you again for the presentation in March. It really showed the reality of our system right now, so that we can adjust and pivot appropriately, so we can absolutely give our students all they need to be successful, as well as the staff that makes it happen every day. So thank you all, and look forward to seeing everyone on the 18th at noon.
We'll say we do have a couple of really good opportunities coming up. So our strategic plan will end. This 5-year strategic plan ends in 2025. So next year we have an opportunity to begin the strategic planning process for 26 through 30, which is that 5-year multi-year forecast that I'm building, lines up right with those years. So there's an opportunity there for us to think about sustainability. And also at your goals and guardrails conversations, your soft G conversations, we don't have a guardrail around sustainability or efficiency or structures or systems. And what we measure gets done, right? And so right now we don't have that focus on these types of issues, which is allowing us to think, it becomes kind of a secondary thought of how do we come up with the innovation, then how do we fund it? And we really need to start thinking about what resources do we have, and then how do we start balancing within that? So those two opportunities as well are good places to plug in.
Any more questions? Okay,
Well, never mind, I'll follow up.
no problem.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bracken, for your presentation. It is now time for us to engage in Board Goal 3, monitoring, interim 3.1 and 3.2.
Thank you, Dr. Battle. Now it's time for us to engage in board goal monitoring for our progress towards Goal 3, Profile of a Graduate. Previous board reports explore each of the six profile characteristics of 12th grade students. In this board report, we will present interim goal 3.1, the percentage of elementary school students, and interim goal 3.2, the percentage of middle school students making progress towards the profile of a graduate characteristics in 2022 to 2023 school year. I would like to take some time to review the norms and expectations of the monitoring sessions. As Dr. Battle takes us through the monitoring report, she will discuss the district progress towards meeting interim goal 3.1, the percentage of elementary students making progress towards a profile of a graduate will increase from 0% in May of 2022 to be determined in May of 2024. And interim goal 3.2, the percentage of middle school students making progress towards a profile of a graduate will increase from 0% in May of 2022 to be determined in May of 2024. Board member comments and questions will be focused on creating an engaging dialogue with the superintendent. What are the factors that lead to the current levels of achievement? Did the district meet progress towards the goal? Why and why not? What strategies and resources worked well or what did not work well? What changes and adjustments needed to be made? Will the district require additional resources to meet this goal? What supports do we need from the board to be successful? Please hold your questions until Dr. Battle has a chance to walk us through the entire report. Board member comments and questions should not be evaluative, be technical in nature, tell the superintendent what to do, suggest administrative actions with reference to data that is not on this report. If we stray away from our norms and expectations, I will remind us of the norms and expectations and ask that you rephrase your questions or comments to align with our norms and expectations. Dr. Battle, please walk us through the monitoring report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start by providing some background on APS Profile of a Graduate. The profile of a graduate consists of 6 characteristics: self-reflective and global, connectedness, fully engaged learners, academically prepared, resourceful and driving, critical thinking and skilled problem solver, and self-directed and goal-oriented. We believe the profile characteristics are critical skills for engaging citizenship, successful career paths beyond high school, and meaningful community involvement. The profile of a graduate is a continuum of the student pre-K through 12 learning experiences and achievements. Looking at the board continuum creates accountability for the district once a student enters APS. This report cascades the 6 characteristics along with the measures used to report on high school students' progress to elementary and middle schools. In this report, our data is derived from the transitional grades, which include 5th grade and 8th grade. We were only able to cascade data that were available at the elementary and middle school level. We do not want to create student assessments just for the sole purpose of measuring a board goal. Protecting instructional time will remain a priority. Now, I would like to call your attention to Figure 1, which shows our current progress towards Goal 3. Goal 3 focuses on the percentage of high school students who graduated prepared for the next step as demonstrated on a multidimensional assessment based on the profile of a graduate will increase from 72% in May of 2022 and to be determined for May 2026. I would like to call your attention to the legend. The orange bullet shows our current progress and baseline. We recognize that the board would need to establish annual targets for Goal 3. Looking at our orange progress line, we see that the percentage of high school students who graduated prepared for the next step as demonstrated on the multi-dimensional assessment based on the profile of a graduate increased from 72% the school year 2022 to 74.2% in school year 2023. This is a 2.2 percentage point gain. We cannot provide an exact number of students to correlate which percentage because we utilize anonymous survey data that does not include a student identifier in this measure. As a reminder, this goal measures the progress of our 12th grade students. Now, we will move on to Figure 2, which shows our current progress towards Interim Goal 3.1. Interim Goal 3.1 focuses on the percentage of elementary students making progress towards a profile of a graduate. I would like to call your attention to that legend. The orange line represents our current level of performance. Once the target for board goals have been established, we'll be able to set appropriate interim goals that will allow us to effectively monitor our progress. Currently, 75% of our elementary students are making progress towards profile of a graduate based on data from school year 2023. This will serve as our baseline. This goal measures the progress of our 5th grade students. Now, we're going to look at Figure 3, which shows our current progress towards Interim Goal 3.2. Interim Goal 3.2 focuses on the percentage of middle school students making progress towards a profile of a graduate. Looking at the legend, the orange line represents our current level of performance. The targets for Board Goal 3 will need to be established before we can set interim goal targets. Currently, 67.4% of middle school students are making progress towards profiles of a graduate based on our data from school year 2023. This will serve as our baseline. This goal measures the progress of our 8th grade students. This takes us to our overall progress section of the report. We acknowledge that due to the lack of established targets, our progress is to be determined target for Board Goal 3, Interim Goal 3.1, and Interim Goal 3.2. We will evaluate our status once targets have been established. Our additional data provides a definition for the 6 areas of profile of a graduate. Figure 4 provides us with a visualization of a profile of a graduate definition. Once again, the areas of profile of a graduate includes self-directed and goal-oriented, self-reflective and global connectedness, fully engaged learners, academically prepared, resourceful and driven, critical thinker and skilled problem solver. Tables 1 and 2 provide us information on data used to measure elementary and middle school progress towards the profile of a graduate. The data consists of passing grades, course enrollment, Georgia milestone, results from within our responses from the Georgia Student Health Survey. Next, I will list the necessary board support and the next steps. Support in sharing the vision of the profile of a graduate with the community members. The willingness to explore additional indicators of a profile of a graduate characteristic, and the board support will inform our next steps in building our targets and integrating additional indicators into our interim goals. And this completes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Battle.
You're welcome.
Do we have any questions? This is the question time? Yeah, okay. Okay. Cynthia? Okay, Isha, Cynthia, Shivy. Okay. On you.
Thank you, Dr. Battle. I particularly appreciate that we are beginning to focus on our younger students for this particular measure, because if we don't do that, then there's no hope of having them meet the profile of the graduate by the time they're in 12th grade. So thank you for this very much. I do have one question. What is a 5th grade CTAE class?
I'm glad you asked, because I have that, because you asked that when I met with
I'm
you.
just curious.
So I have a
My
sheet that I'm going to
5th
pass
graders
down to
didn't
you.
take CTAE.
But one of the classes, the 5th grade one that we have is a computer science 5th grade class. That can be an elective. Some schools have that elective. Last year, the schools that had it were several of our charter schools had that class.
Okay, that's wonderful.
And some of our other schools had it in the past as well.
I had no idea we were starting those so early.
Yes.
I would also appreciate some more information about middle school world language. I was under the impression that all of our middle school students had access to a world language. Yet it looks like only 1,526 of our 8th graders are taking a world language. Is that because of electives or remedial classes or what?
That would be correct. They do, all middle school students have access, and they can choose to take it, because in middle school, they are electives. We know it's a requirement in high school, but in middle school, it's an elective. So if students choose to take in a world language, they have that opportunity at their middle school.
All right. Okay, thank you. Again, I think this focus on our younger students is wonderful, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Board Member Johnson, then Board Member Brooks, Board Member Gaff, and Howard, in that order.
Thank you so much, and I too appreciate kind of starting early so we get a better picture of the roadmap for our students. I'm looking at Table 2, specifically the PSAT benchmark scores. Can you clarify, is this 13% of the students who took the PSAT, or who passed with a level of proficiency?
On Table 2, let me see. Table 2.
On page 5.
Okay, I'm on page 5. Is it 2? Let me see.
Bottom table.
Thank you. I'm looking.
About the third one down.
Six hundred and 605 students took it, so Yeah.
Okay, and I guess if anyone on the team can just share kind of what is the work that we're doing around educating our students and families about that testing early on, and what resources are we providing at the middle school level?
Basically, how do we know what kids are going to take the PSAT?
Well, how are we informing them of the opportunity to take advantage of that early?
Ms. Brown's going to come up and answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Johnson. So we work very closely with our counselors at the middle school level, and of course, our teachers and the principals. They help support because we do offer it to all students. Parents, of course, can't opt out, so that's how we do it. They know that in the middle school level, it is a part of the strategy that we have, that we will implement and administer the PSAT. So they know that when they come into the middle school, they know at what grade level they will take the PSAT, but that is a school-wide piece that they really do the communication for parents and for students.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, Ms. Johnson, Board Member Johnson. We have to do a better job of that because if we're paying for it, we need all of them. It shouldn't be a choice. So we'll work on that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
awesome. Yeah, thank you so much because, of course,
Yeah.
them taking it early is connected to scholarship opportunities. So I just want to make sure as many families know about that as possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Me? Okay, thank you. So I had a couple questions in terms of how we were measuring some of these metrics, because they seem to be many of them more qualitative than quantitative, specifically around, self-reflective and globally connected, right? Holds deep understanding of their own emotions, thoughts, and values, et cetera. It kind of reminds me of like IB stuff that my son would have at Wesley. How are we measuring this and holding our kids and supporting them to be successful in these ways?
Yeah. So all of these, the profile of a graduate characteristics, it's a plethora. It's not just a milestone. It's Georgia survey assessment. So it's a variety. It's almost like getting a well-groomed high school graduate. It's just not that you can pass a test, but can you go out and communicate with others? Are you a world traveler? Just giving our kids many opportunities. And it's hard to put get the characteristics.
Right.
I think the board probably spent a day or so, a long time before I got here, working on trying to craft it. And I still think we're still trying to craft it even better.
Yeah, but I'm just curious as to how are we measuring whether or not we're being successful in helping children attain those skill sets?
Yeah. So I think and I'm looking at my data people, but like for the milestone, of course, if you pass that, if you pass the milestone, then you're getting credit for being ready for a graduate. If you score a 4 or 5 on the Georgia Health Survey, if they strongly agree, we consider that passing as well.
Yeah.
Because these are how kids are feeling. So it's a variety. It's not just one measure. I'll say it like that. And I'm looking to Joe for some more.
Yeah, before they jump in, because I think you may be able to address my follow-up questions with this as well. So just to save time, the other measures we have that are of concern for me, regular attendance and liking school. Right, we're looking at liking school at 54.51%. Now I get it. I have to pull my baby out of bed, kicking and screaming sometimes, to go to school. But even how are we measuring this? Is it purely based upon survey? And then what are our interventions to improve this? Because I believe those two things are very synonymous with each other. How a child feels about school, and that being, in direct correlation to whether or not they show up to school, especially as they get older and they have more autonomy.
Yeah. We know, I'll get it.
Yes.
We know that if kids come to school and want to be there, attendance is a factor in their achievement. Definitely, you know that. The 54% mark is what our kids have given us, and we know that that's too low. That's too low. So we are looking at that. That's why we put this data out here, so we can work on how can we talk to our kids and how can we talk with our staffs to encourage kids to come to school and want to be there. I mean, as a teacher, you know that you influence whether a kid, or how kids, when they walk in, are we saying, you look funny, you don't have on a uniform? If somebody's telling me that every day, I'm not going to want to be there. So we have to address all of those issues. So this is like our starting point. And so we know where we are, and we know where we need to be. So this is our starting point.
Thank you.
So.
Board Member Dr. Oh. Who?
Stay close.
They were looking like, am I off the
I'm not
hook?
going to let Joe say anything today. This is supposed to be a conversation between the superintendent and the board. That's what Katie always tells me.
Use all the tools in the toolkit. Don't be bashful.
That's my supporting cast. I'm trying not to have him say anything.
Thank you for this, Dr.
I don't know how
Battle.
lucky I'm going to be with it, but.
My question, so I look at these individual measures, and individually, I'm nodding my head. It's 16 for elementary, 24 for middle. It's a lot. How do you prioritize, or how do you get staff and folks to focus on the key power leverage ones of these, or how do we make sense of all of this? Because if we focus on everything, I'm concerned we're not gonna make movement.
Yeah. One at a time. What I want to say is, we know it's just not one measure, so we can't just concentrate on one. We know we have to look at the academics. We know we have to look at how our kids are feeling, because that impacts how well they're going to do in school. So it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. It's a lot, but it took a lot for us to even get this down. It took a lot for us to get this down, because if you had one thing, you're like, well, this doesn't really tell me the characteristics, and it's not like, are you ready for the next grade? It's the characteristics. So it's going to be a plethora of things. So we have to look at it, take it one by. It's lucky that we have many departments, so everybody can work on something to help move our district. And the more we get this information out to our parents, our families, our communities, they will help us with this. When we talk about making attendance important, it takes all of us. I mean, that's a quick thing that we have to work on. But talking to our students, I think you guys do a great job with the board, Breakfast with the Board, talking to students. They let you know what's not going well. When you give us that feedback, we take it and run with it. I mean, I'm even doing a follow-up with one of the clusters, because they had some heavy lifts for you guys, and it got back to me. So I said, well, let me go meet with the students to hear what they have to say, because student voices matter in Atlanta. So we want to make sure we listen to our students. So to answer your question, it's a lot of work, but this is what we signed up for. We're saying we're going to measure it, so it's going to take a lot of work. It won't happen overnight, but if we're all working together, we have all these wonderful people in this room and all the people at our schools. We know it's going to take all of us to help move this needle.
So thank you. And just to add context, this is like a plane that we're building in the air.
Mm-hmm.
When we embarked upon this goal, we knew that it was something that really hadn't been done, and that we were going to have to figure it out.
Yeah.
Like how do we define this profile of a graduate? And then once we had that, we're like, well, shoot. Well, how do we measure that based on what we have access to? But you pointed, you hit on something, Board Member Brooks, that I would love to have us go to the drawing board and figure out, which is, now that we have this data, which of these levers can we pull that will be most impactful? And so I'm not necessarily expecting an answer to this now, but that's what I would like to see come from this data. Now that we see what we have available to us, what the results are, what can we do attendance-wise, right? Like, are there certain things, certain levers that could be more impactful to others that we can flick, or even that could be an easier work, and figure out basically a plan on what we can do to impact this. And as I believe Board Member Johnson mentioned this as well, it may have been someone else, in terms of we graduate at different points throughout our career at APS. So are there measurements or interim measurements that we can put there to see how are they tracking towards eventually getting to this profile of a graduate?
I like that. Thank you. We can work on that.
Yeah, I agree with all my colleagues, and that's what I keep thinking about with this profile graduate goal. It's broad, it's a lot of information, a lot of it's helpful, but what are we going to be able to do to improve students' outcomes in these areas? Because we can't do like everything at once around this, even though it's not taking away from any of these things, but how are we really going to hone in and determine what is most impactful and then put in place what's necessary to improve their students' outcomes in those areas? Like, we're talking about life skills and being prepared to advocate for yourself. I mean, those things have to be taught. So I'm with my colleagues on brainstorming, as we'll be doing when we have our Soft G retreat, on how we really, now that we have this data, hone in on what's working, what we need to narrow in on. And this is very valuable information. And having the profile of a graduate, I think, is very innovative, important work. But yeah, I mean, my questions were around, and they've really already been asked, what is having the most impact? What have we learned from doing this work so far? And maybe what we need to kind of shift. Because some of these measures, again, are subjective, and even attendance, there's so many things that go into attendance that I've heard it's not always the best measure to drive us towards an outcome or a target. So appreciate all the work y'all have done for certain. And I'm learning a lot from just us monitoring this goal as well. So I'm looking forward to that retreat, and I appreciate everyone's feedback. Thank you, Dr. Battle.
Yeah, answer.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, Board Member Collins.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Just wanted to go back to the question in terms of the middle school CTAE and the world language offerings. And I know particularly for the CTAE, it was stated that some schools have middle school CTAE offerings. Do we know what those schools are, and what's the plan to at least scale that so that option is available at all schools?
I'm looking at Ms. Brown, but I was thinking all of our I know she's probably texting Dewan. All of our schools, middle schools, should have CTAE offerings. There should not be one middle school that does not have a CTAE offering in Atlanta Public Schools. So I know she's cross-checking that, but I'm not aware of one middle school that does not have a CTAE offering.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No, oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. Chairman, yes, that's all I have.
Yep, that's all.
Thank you, everyone, for your reports.
Okay.
Madam General Counsel, is the reason for the board to retreat into executive session?
Yes, Madam Chair, the board needs to discuss student discipline, personal, legal, and real estate matters.
Is there a motion to enter into executive session to discuss student discipline, personnel, legal, or real estate matters?
And personnel, yes, so moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Briscoe Brown. Board Member Baldwin, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we will go into executive session.
This theme calls for advocating for widespread awareness of the health risks of plastics, rapidly phasing out all single-use plastics, urgently pushing for a robust UN treaty on plastic pollution, and demanding an end to fast fashion, which implements measures to reduce costs to speed up production time and recognize their dedication to creating engaging and informative learning environments for students. The week of April 8th through 13th, 2024 is recognized as National Library Week, an annual celebration that highlights the valuable role libraries, librarians, and library workers play in transforming lives and strengthening our communities. Each year, on the first Wednesday in April, we recognize and celebrate our school paraprofessionals. This year, Paraprofessional Appreciation Day is Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024. We appreciate the hard work and service our paraprofessionals bring to the classroom. They are a vital component of student achievement. April 6th through 12th, 2024 marks the week of the young child. During this week, we observe and celebrate young children, early learning, and creating a safe and positive learning environment. We also raise awareness of the importance of early childhood education. Thank you for your attention, and this concludes my remarks.
Greetings, APS families. I am Dr. Danielle Battle, your interim superintendent. Whether you are online or in person, I want to thank you for attending our April board meeting. I hope everyone had a great spring break and is rested, rejuvenated, and ready to sail through the rest of the semester. This month, I have several announcements and recognitions to share. Our 2024 commencement ceremonies are right around the corner. For information on the graduation dates and times for your favorite senior, please click on the banner on our website at www.atlantapublicschools.us. Let's congratulate Westside Atlanta Charter School for being named Georgia Charter School Association Charter School of the Year. The Atlanta Public Charter School won $5,000 for educational use after receiving the top number of attendee votes. Please continue the great work you are doing educating our students. I'd like to give a big congratulations to Midtown High School. Midtown's publication, The Southerner, was awarded the Gold Crown Award. The Crown Awards are the highest recognition given by the Columbia Scholastic Press Association to a student print or digital medium for overall excellence. A huge congratulations is also in order for Eric Carpenter from Parkside Elementary School, who was named 2024-2025 Library Media Specialist of the Year. Mr. Carpenter is a valuable resource to our district as he serves as a cluster leader and provides data training to our library media specialists. He is skilled in developing collections that reflect the interests of his students. He contributes to the library media specialist profession throughout the country by serving on various committees with the American Library Association. Congratulations to Mr. Carpenter for his dedication to the students and families in Atlanta Public Schools. This concludes my April remarks.
Greetings, I'm Aretta Balden, board member representing District 2. Thank you for your attendance this month. I'd like to share several recognitions with you. April 22nd, 2024 is World Earth Day, and this year's theme is Planet versus Plastics. This theme calls for advocating for widespread awareness of the health risks of plastics, rapidly phasing out all single-use plastics, urgently pushing for a robust UN treaty on plastic pollution, and demanding an end to fast fashion, which implements measures to reduce costs to speed up production time, negatively impacting the environment. April 1st, 2024 marks the start of School Library Month, a time to celebrate the hard work of school librarians and recognize their dedication to creating engaging and informative learning environments for students. The week of April 8th through 13th, 2024 is recognized as National Library Week, an annual celebration that highlights the valuable role libraries, librarians, and library workers play in transforming lives and strengthening our communities. Each year, on the first Wednesday in April, we recognize and celebrate our school paraprofessionals. This year, Paraprofessional Appreciation Day is Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024. We appreciate the hard work and service our paraprofessionals bring to the classroom. They are a vital component of student achievement. April 6th through 12th, 2024 marks the week of the young child. During this week, we observe and celebrate young children, early learning, and creating a safe and positive learning environment. We also raise awareness of the importance of early childhood education. Thank you for your attention, and this concludes my remarks.
Greetings, APS families. I am Dr. Danielle Battle, your interim superintendent. Whether you are online or in person, I want to thank you for attending our April board meeting. I hope everyone had a great spring break and is rested, rejuvenated, and ready to sail through the rest of the semester. This month, I have several announcements and recognitions to share. Our 2024 commencement ceremonies are right around the corner. For information on the graduation dates and times for your favorite senior, please click on the banner on our website at www.atlantapublicschools.us. Let's congratulate Westside Atlanta Charter School for being named Georgia Charter School Association Charter School of the Year. The Atlanta Public Charter School won $5,000 for educational use after receiving the top number of attendee votes. Please continue the great work you are doing educating our students. I'd like to give a big congratulations to Midtown High School. Midtown's publication, The Southerner, was awarded the Gold Crown Award. The Crown Awards are the highest recognition given by the Columbia Scholastic Press Association to a student print or digital medium for overall excellence. A huge congratulations is also in order for Eric Carpenter from Parkside Elementary School, who was named 2024-2025 Library Media Specialist of the Year. Mr. Carpenter is a valuable resource to our district as he serves as a cluster leader and provides data training to our library media specialists. He is skilled in developing collections that reflect the interests of his students. He contributes to the library media specialist profession throughout the country by serving on various committees with the American Library Association. Congratulations to Mr. Carpenter for his dedication to the students and families in Atlanta Public Schools. This concludes my April remarks.
Oh, we all have. Oh. Yes. Oh, hello. Where's the world that you created in the stories that you painted with words that made me feel 10 feet tall? Where's the magic in the moonlight? The surprise hidden in plain sight. No, I don't see much to inspire much at all. And I'm ready now to fly away. And gravity won't get a thing to say. It's my choice if I get to touch the sky. Is it possible that the square root of impossible is me? It's so possible. Watch me rise high above my obstacles. Watch me become who I'm supposed to be. Oh, the possibilities. The square root of impossible is possible in me. In me. No, don't underestimate me. I don't need a hero to come and save me. Just 'cause I'm smart don't mean that I can't kiss the clouds. Ooh, I might not be there yet, but I'll get there, bet on it. 'Cause I'm already 3 feet off the ground. Shut the windows and lock the door. I'll take the roof off and then I'll soar. The rules that are written are just
Check.
Nobody should love those push-ups like you. Get down and give me them push-ups. Matter of fact, everybody do this. What in the world y'all got going on in here? Ooh. What's up, y'all? What's up, Doc? Ain't no what's up, Dr. Lee. What are you? Over at sir. Who is your I get sorry. What? Yeah. Well, why did y'all pick them up? Pick them up. Y'all stressing already? Woo. I asked Mr. RJ, I asked the boss, I said, why are you late? He said he guessed he overslept. I asked him, Mr. RJ, why did you wait him? He said, I'm not his mother, sir. Man, what's our one man, one sound! When one of us is late, we all are late. Now listen, this is Atlanta A. We are here. We are prestigious. The best man camp. Hey, you're here. You're here. I'll take little baby, my baby, Riding Rich, my baby. Y'all are here. Now,
But before we resume our regular meeting, oh, we already did that, sorry. Thank you, Board Member McDonald, for getting us started earlier. We did not, hold on. So, we're back on track. Thank you to the sixth grade drum squad for performing a scene from Black History Month program entitled Black Hollywood. In addition, thank you to Hollis Drumline for getting us in the groove to finish the next portion of our meeting. We are amazing grateful for our talented students. I would now invite Board Member Johnson to bring us with this month's special recognition.
All right, thank you. Good evening. That was a lot of excitement. I got an event coming up, so Hollis, be on the lookout. So tonight I have the honor of recognizing the Five Strong Scholarship Foundation. And Andrew Ragland is the founder and CEO of the Five Strong Scholarship Foundation. Five Strong, founded in 2015, partners with a select group of HBCUs to help provide full tuition scholarships and ongoing mentorship and support to promising student leaders from Metro Atlanta. Andrew is a product of Atlanta Public Schools. He attended Charles L. Gideon's Elementary School and Sylvan Hills High School, which is now Sylvan Hills Middle School. He holds a bachelor's degree in Mass Comm from University of West Virginia, and he got his guidance and counseling degrees from Troy University. Andrew has dedicated his life to education for over 26 years. 16 of those years were as an educator in Atlanta Public Schools, with his last 12 years as a high school guidance counselor. Five Strong has recruited and selected over 100 APS students and has awarded $3 million in full tuition scholarships. I think that deserves a applause. And even more impressively, Five Strong scholars have an 84% retention rate and a 75% graduation rate. 85% of Five Strong scholars graduate in 4 years. This year, oh yeah, that deserves a applause. So this year, Five Strong has 24 APS students who are preparing to go off to college. And just really want to say thank you and recognize Mr. Andrew Ragland tonight.
Thank you so much. Now we'll turn it over to Dr. Bowder for her recognitions.
Thank you, Board Chair Mitchell. Today, I would like to recognize our District 2024-25 Media Specialist of the Year, Mr. Eric Carpenter from Parkside Elementary School. Mr. Carpenter has been an educator since 2006 and has been with APS since 2016. He is a valuable resource to our district, and he serves as a cluster leader and provides data training for our library media specialists. He's skilled in developing collections that reflect the interests of his students and contributions to the Library Media Center profession throughout the country by serving on various committees with the American Library Association. Congratulations to Mr. Eric Carpenter for his dedication to the students and families of Atlanta Public Schools. would also like to congratulate the winners of the Kenneth Cole South Fulton County High School's Jewelry Art Competition, sponsored by the Greater Atlanta chapter of the Society Incorporated. The Society Incorporated is a national organization founded in May 1983, dedicated to serving youth in the arts and promoting friendship. The competition award program was held on March 28, 2024 at the Southwest Arts Center, where the participants' artwork will remain on display until April 18th. Congratulations to the following APS students: from Booker T. Washington, Allie Harris; from Carver Early College, Aaliyah Hale; from Coretta Scott King Young Women's Leadership Academy, Christina McKelver Flood; and from South Atlanta High School, Makai Turner. Overall, for the second place winner over all the high schools in the South Side, Christina McKelvey B., second place overall winner. She received $400 and a trophy and a certificate. And the first place winner was a student from Booker T. Washington, Aaliyah Harris, first place winner. Aaliyah will receive a $1,000 scholarship to the college of her choice. Congratulations to each of our talented students. Madam Chair, this completes my recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Battle. Now let's proceed with the community meeting. Mr. Gaither, would you please read the instructions for our community meeting?
Good evening and welcome to the public comment portion of tonight's agenda. In just a few moments, the board will begin hearing from those who signed up to speak by 5:50 p.m. The board welcomes your comments, but before we get started, please take note of the following guidelines on how public comment is conducted. The board is allocated 1 hour for public comment, and each speaker will only be allowed to speak once for a total of 2 minutes. The board may elect to hear community comments in any order or sequence and is not limited by the order of the sign-up sheets. All speakers presenting highly detailed information are asked to put their comments in writing, and comment cards are available for those wishing to do so. In order to maintain meeting decorum, follow appropriate protocols, protect the confidentiality of students, and ensure impartiality, the board will not hear comments on matters involving individual students, parents, or the character, professional competency, or the physical or mental health of any individual. Also, the board will not hear public comment on personnel matters that specifically include the names or titles of employees. This includes, but is not limited to, contract non-renewals, position abolishment, the hiring or firing of staff, and investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct. Comments regarding personnel issues should be sent in writing to Atlanta Board of Education, 130 Trinity Avenue, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303, or via email at boardcomments@atlantapublicschools.us. Finally, in order to maintain meeting decorum and to ensure all comments can be heard by the board, applause, cheering, jeering, or speech that defames individuals or disrupts the meeting should be refrained from and may be cause for removal, adjournment of the meeting, and or suspension from attending future Atlanta Board of Education events, hearings, meetings, and other proceedings. With that said, I would like to call our first speaker, Ben Nemo, for 2 minutes, followed by Michael Bray. Michael Bray, if you'll make your way up to the front, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I can't wait for my preteen to have a cell phone, said no parent ever. But we do it anyway. Now a new book called The Anxious Generation by NYU professor Jonathan Haidt tells us data confirms our suspicions. Smartphone convenience without controls comes at enormous cost that I don't think I need to elaborate for anybody in this room. Fortunately, this study is not only focused on the problems, but the solutions. Haidt outlines 4 actions that can reverse terrible trends, but they are basically worthless without collective action. If we work together as a community, we have a shot to make a difference. Otherwise, the rules of one home or one classroom or one school won't cut it. And I know I don't have the strength to fight this alone. Obviously, this goes beyond 2 minutes of comments. And while parents can certainly start to organize, I do want to ask the board to help lead the way. How can we work together by educating the community to acknowledge the need for change, organizing cross-functional teams, and implementing policies that create wins for schools, teachers, parents, and of course our kids? Even just letting people know about this new study and its recommendations, for example, suggesting old school flip phones without social media apps, could go a very long way as an immediate step as families evaluate choices for the school year ahead. If you have not paid attention to this study yet, I really urge you to read it, and I think you will find we would need to take phones as seriously as we treat screening for weapons in schools. I look forward to hearing your ideas to engage the community at a broader level, and you can count on parents like me to help. To fellow parents that may be interested in working together on ideas, please reach out to me at bnemo1@gmail.com or 678-447-3867. Thank you so much for having me.
Our next speaker is Michael Bray for 2 minutes, followed by Madison Watley for 2 minutes.
Good evening, esteemed board members. As the Director of Advocacy and Partnership for KIPP Metro Atlanta Schools, I stand before you with a deep sense of admiration for the remarkable work and visibility of this board and its respective members. Your commitment to transparency, outcome monitoring, and seeking to implement restorative practices where possible is truly commendable. It is through actions like these that we foster inclusive, nurturing, and successful environments for all students to achieve and simultaneously feel a sense of belonging. As we continue to embark on the superintendent search to replace Dr. Battle, I urge the board to continue prioritizing key criteria, such as a leader with a proven track record of improving student learning outcomes. Moreover, they should bring experience from districts akin to ours, where principals are granted the freedom and flexibility to manage their schools, but also held to standards of accountability in ensuring the success of all students. Someone who values the autonomy of our principals and embraces the diversity of our communities while focusing on the very real dynamics of the current state of APS and the opportunities to create positive change across numerous communities. Connecting to the ideas of unique needs, I wish to draw attention to the potential of rezoning for KIPP Woodson Park Academy. The challenges of overcrowding in this community are pressing, and it is imperative that we prioritize both the needs as well as the voices of our school leaders, parents, and community members who are deeply invested in the success of our scholars. They possess invaluable insights into what is best for their neighborhood and should continue to be integral in the decision-making process. In conclusion, I implore the board to continue fostering a spirit of partnership and collaboration. Together, we can ensure that every student in our district receives the quality education they deserve. Thank you for your time and dedication to the betterment of our community. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madison Watley for 2 minutes, followed by Peyton Gaither.
Hola, yo me llamo Madison Watley. I had the best time on the trip to Mexico. There were so many cool things to see and do. We walked to school each morning, and our teacher's name was Santa Maria. They prepared breakfast for us and lunch. You had your own choice for dinner. One thing I liked about it was the places we got to go to. One time we went to a place called Census. It was a mix of a water park and illusion museum. Before you did anything, including water, you had to go through a tunnel or a passage before you do anything. It was pitch black, so you had to use your other senses to find your way through it. You could touch the wall, and if you went with two people, the one person would have to be in the front and the other would be in the back. You also have different ecosystems, such as the jungle or a swamp. It was really fun, so
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Peyton Gaither, followed by Penelope Keenan. You have 2 minutes.
Hola, yo me llamo Peyton Gaither. Would you like to know where I learned this from? Beecher Hills Elementary School 2024 study abroad trip. I would like to say greetings to the Board of Education and the superintendent. I would like to share 2 things that I like and 1 thing I disliked. One thing that I liked was going to school and learning. Another thing that I like was spending time with my classmates that came with me. One thing I disliked was octopus, even though I tried it. I would like for you to keep up this program for kids like me to enjoy the culture that I enjoyed. Thank you for my time.
Y'all have 2 minutes. Our next speaker is Penelope Keenan. Penelope Keenan, is that? What's your name?
Benjamin Kramer.
All right, our next speaker is Benjamin Kramer, followed by Penelope Keenan.
Jomi Jamo Benjamin. My trip to Mexico was interesting, and the adventure to get there was quite interesting. That was my first time being on a plane, so I was quite excited. When we got on the train, I was wondering what might happen when I was on the airplane. When I got to the airplane, I was actually excited instead of worried. I thought I was gonna be worried, but my friends helped me. So when we got there, we first landed in Texas. Then our next flight, we went to Mexico. And then we got a taxi and drove us to our residence. When we went to the residence, we had some chill time until it was time for dinner. When we had dinner, we went out and we had quite fun. When I was in Mexico, I missed my mom and I missed coming back to Georgia, but I also liked being in Mexico.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Penelope Keenan for 2 minutes, followed by Divine Christopher for 2 minutes. And Mr. Christopher, if you'll make your way up to the front, it'd be greatly appreciated. Or Miss Christopher, I'm sorry.
Hello, I'm Penelope Keenan, and I'm a sophomore at Midtown High School, and I'm also a member of their varsity ultimate frisbee team. I'm here today to ask you all to consider ultimate frisbee as a sport that can satisfy APS's PE requirement. I wrote an email to you all right before spring break about it, and as I said in that email, APS requires that students have half a credit of PE, but you can also play 2 years of a GHSA varsity sport and satisfy that credit. But ultimate frisbee and a lot of other athletics aren't included on that list. But ultimate is a very athletic sport. It's very active. There's lots of running and teamwork and strategy. So I feel like it should count as a sport that can satisfy the PE RIC credit. So it's also really popular in a lot of APS schools. So I hope that you all will consider adding it as something that can satisfy that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Divine Christopher, followed by Maria Kepler. Ms. Kepler, if you make your way up to the front, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Ready?
All right, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Devin Christopher, and I'm the co-founder and replication chair for Tapestry Public Charter School. Last year, we came before this board in September with 650 letters of commitment to enroll, and after heartfelt presentations by current and hopeful future parents of children asking the board to approve Tapestry in Atlanta Public Schools. By the time Tapestry was presented for a vote, we'd been twice asked to extend the vote to give the board time. Then in August, we were asked to withdraw the petition and resubmit it this year. Because we had made a commitment to the APS community, we did not think it was right to withdraw the petition, but we have now resubmitted it. We understand that the board may not have been given the full opportunity to learn who we are, and as a result, we are going to try to give you information so that you will hopefully agree that Tapestry will make a good partner and help to fill an unmet need without meaningful impact to other initiatives contemplated by this board. Once fully enrolled, Tapestry will serve grades 6 through 12 and 301 students. Through effective recruitment, working with the district and community stakeholders, we strive to create an inclusive environment where half of our students have individualized education plans and half are typically developing. We work collaboratively with our LEA as partners to ensure that recruitment for enrollment is targeted to best meet the needs of the district and the students. Through the next 2 board meetings, we will share more about who we are, how we complete our mission, and hope you will be willing to approve Tapestry as an added benefit to this APS community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Kepler for 2 minutes, followed by Kimberly Brooks. Ms. Brooks, if you'll make your way up to the front, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Good evening. My name is Maria Alejandra Kepler, one of the proud assistant principals at Tapestry Public Charter School. Our school has a small footprint, but we make a big impact on the lives of our 301 students. As a middle and high school, we capitalize on serving our kids from grades 6 through 12. With more than 50% of our students receiving special education services in an inclusive setting, our transition teams are busy. We know the research. The later schools start working with their students on transition to life beyond high school, the less promising the outcomes. We start cultivating our students' passions early. Our middle schoolers participate in houses, grouped thematically and responsive to student interest. Once they get to high school, those passions are further cultivated in academies, which correspond with Georgia Career Readiness pathways. In our houses and academies, students engage in authentic project-based learning, building websites and organic gardens, as well as soft skills like cold calling. In their senior year, 2/3 of our kids engage in internships related to the interests that they have developed. The key is giving kids a vision of a life beyond school where they can see themselves meaningfully engaging with the world as themselves. I was a first-generation college student, the daughter of an immigrant. I know how hard it is to conceive of a future without a roadmap. We have a lot of students who look like me. Their paths will be more clear. Please vote to replicate Tapestry in Atlanta Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kimberly Brooks. All right. Our next speaker will be Alan Lee. Our next speaker will be, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Followed by Adalis Watley.
Good evening, members of the board. I am Alan Lee. I come as one, I stand as many. I bring you greetings on behalf of my leader and state president, Jennifer Saunders. I got to tell you, I was fired up listening to the bands and the performance, and the heart was happy to see and hear about the trip in Mexico. That said, I say that to remind us that in the final analysis, our job, first, second, and third priority, is about the kids and less about the politics. I would encourage the board to focus on the district as it is and not worry about expanding additional charter schools. There's enough to do in-house before we start talking about expanding or bringing in additional charter partners, or whether we call them public charters or any other fancy name that we're calling them. I had the occasion to go to the Clayton School Board meeting last night, and I got to tell you, with all due respect to my good friend, Mr. Brooks, you guys are 10 years plus ahead of Clayton County schools. And I say that as I look around and I see Larry, who's been here forever. And I see a lot of the faces, and I remember before our new chair, it was Ishay, before Ishay, it was Jason, before Jason, it was Courtney, before Courtney, it was Ruben, and I had the pleasure of working with all of them. And there is nothing wrong with Atlanta Public Schools. That can't be fixed by what's right with Atlanta Public Schools. For all the naysayers, fault finders, and stuff starters, I just want to come and offer just a bit of encouragement tonight, and I may be back being a naysayer, fault finder at another meeting. And I will close on this. The most important thing you can do is select a superintendent, and it's important that you get it right and not rush, so we may require the services of Dr. Battle just a little longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adalis Watley. Saw Ms. Watley. I think she may have left. Our next speaker is Akeem Williams. He's not. Our next speaker would then be Michael Bernard, followed by Nicole Allen.
My name is Michael Bernard. I am 12 years old and I want to talk to you today about the Georgia Milestone Test. I am very concerned about this test. This test is not what you think. See, this is only my second year in public school and I have told my mom that I want to go back to private school because most of the kids have failed this test across the state. They are even failing the gateway years. To all the parents, hear me clearly. There is nothing wrong with your child. There is a problem with this test. See, when I took it in the 6th grade, there is nothing that we learned in school, and the questions were written very strange. The test was even harder than the benchmark. I asked my teacher to rate what I got wrong, but she said teachers can't see the milestones. In private school, they let you see what you got wrong on the test, and they help you get it right next time. At least in private school, the teacher had to pass their test, but in public school, they don't. I believe this test is designed for failure. Why do you accept this? Do you know that most of the kids who fail come from black school systems? I know this because I gave my mom schools from back to 2017. Last year, Clayton County did 3 words. This test is not about achievement. This test is about money, and that's not fair to us. We don't fail. It is you who fail us. I will never take this test again. In fact, I want all of you to take it first. Then you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next. Yes, we'll reach out to him. Yep. Our next speaker is Nicole Allen for 2 minutes, followed by Melissa Hughley for 2 minutes.
Good evening, Atlanta Public School Board members and community members. My name is Dr. Nicole Allen, and I currently serve as the assistant principal at Tapestry Public Charter School. I have worked in special education for more than 15 years, many in which diverse learners were taught, but Tapestry does more than just teach. We serve students in an inclusive setting with the same expectations of their neurotypical peers. Given 50% of our population receives special education services, we perform at or above content mastery in both English language arts and mathematics when compared to the district and surrounding metropolitan areas. Every aspect of the school's program has been selected by an engaged team of parents, autism experts, and education leaders to ensure predictable success of neurodivergent students. The consistent upward growth across cohorts of Tapestry students in MAP shows the value add of the Tapestry model. It positions students to catch up to their neurotypical peers by their 5th year of enrollment with annual average growth unmatched by peers nationally. More than half of our 8th grade students enter high school having completed advanced high school coursework. We have been recognized as an AP Access and Support School for 2 years in a row, meaning that at least a third of our students that take the AP exam identify as African American or Hispanic, and at least a third earn a 3 or better on the test. Additionally, our graduation rate for all of our students, as well as the rate of neurodivergent students, continues to surpass those of our peers. We understand that you all receive many charter applications each year and have difficult choices to make. With Tapestry, what we are offering is a proven model that we know can succeed and that you can come witness firsthand. I know that once you hear our student stories and the positive impact that Tapestry has had on their lives.
Thank you so much. We've reached the time boundary.
Thank
If you
you.
could, please submit the rest of your comments in writing. We'll make sure the full board and superintendent has access to that. Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Hughley for 2 minutes, followed by Kimberly Dukes.
Good evening. Let's give all our students a hand of praise, because they were all excellent today. Drumline was off the wall. Oh my God, they was amazing. But first and foremost, I wanted to speak this evening in reference to communication. We have not gotten to where we need to be with that, with communication. And you all know, without the proper communication, thank you, to the community, we risk fostering confusion, mistrust, and disengagement. It is imperative for the school board to prioritize transparency and constant communication to ensure the well-being and success of our students and our families. With that statement at the very end, communication did not go out about this board meeting this evening until yesterday. And I do know that it probably was spring break and everybody was like, hey, I need a break from all of this. But communication still needs to be put out for parents. My daughter was very upset, and I was one of those parents that was very upset. I came up here for no good reason, and your officers did not inform many parents that there was no meeting today. So a lot of parents went to park thinking that the parking deck was full, and it wasn't. So a lot of parents probably be calling down here, asking for a reimbursement for parking over here in this parking deck because of that. But I would like to see you all do better as far as getting this communication out. It's still not there. We need to get it there immediately. So thank you.
Kimberly Dukes for 2 minutes, followed by DeJuan Robinson. Mr. Robinson, if you make your way up to the front, be greatly appreciated.
Good afternoon, Dr. Battle, board members, community members, and parents. I want to invite you guys out to the Atlanta Thrive House Party, which is titled Don't Diss the Ability. It's going to be Wednesday, April 4th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. It's located at your building, Hollis, which has the Parent as Partners Academy. The goal of this meeting is to bring parents together across the district, APS school district, to talk about the good, which is the policies that APS has, the bad, which is the challenges parents face by navigating the APS school system, and the ugly, which is the fear, the intimidation, retaliation, and the unwelcoming behavior that parents face daily when advocating for their children in APS. The Atlanta Thrive House Party will create active parent engagement. It will build relationships and create equitable action plans for families. We believe if we build relationships and share parent stories with APS, we can provide the district with ways to improve equitable communication. Also, uniform processes through the special education department, because it's very different depending on where you go. And accountability. We need people to be held accountable when we think about our children in the special education space. And I've been coming to you guys talking about special education for a while, because special education is a small % of our population. I honestly believe if we get it right there, we can fix it in the entire district. We talk about literacy, but we have to focus on the models, and we need to talk about special education and identify our kids that really need help, and stop dropping the ball and making excuses, putting it back on the parents and the children. We need to listen. Dr. Bell, I shouldn't have to call you every day. I should have to call her every day to talk to her about the kids in the special education space, whether it's pushing us out of a meeting or just pushing the kids out of school, and you're not hearing from the parent, and parents are not getting due process. So we invite you guys to have a conversation with parents so we can show you guys real active parent engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is DeJuan Robinson, followed by Jasmine Banks. Ms. Banks, if you'll make your way up to the front, we greatly appreciate it. Mr. Robinson, you have 2 minutes.
I'm listening to the young people today. It brought me back to a time when there was a great single we had, and when I was a kid, it was a famous song. The children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride. Man, this all we got is our children, man. I look at this board. It's a very diverse board. It's a board that I believe that if we put aside the politics or whatever bickering may go on, that we could do great things. There was a time, Mr. Zeph, I don't know how long you've been in Atlanta, but I know that there has not been a great movement from black movement without the help of our Jewish brothers and sisters. Miss Katie Howard with our white brothers and sisters, Miss Cynthia Briscoe. Nothing have moved, started from Maynard to Martin. Nothing have moved without the collaboration of our Jewish brothers and sisters, our white brothers and sisters, our gay and straight. And we have an opportunity in Atlanta to get it right because our children suffer when we don't. Public safety starts right at the elementary level, middle school, high school, and it spills on to adulthood. And if we want to get it right, this is the place where we get it right at. And Dr. Bell, I know you always say that, but you know what I'm saying, the city needs you, the kids need you, the parents need you, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know where you guys are in that. I don't get caught up in that. But I do wish, like Mr. Lee said, that there was an extension to have you here, because I do know it's probably been 2 decades now that we have not had a superintendent that has not played politics. And we need someone like you that are about the kids, about the business. And I just wish that, you know what I'm saying, you decided to stay and the board and the chair decide that, to offer you an extension. And congratulations to my 1994 classmate, Erica Morris Long, for your promotion. And also for Dr. Hill, the great Dr. Hill, Dr. Lisa Hill, for your new assignment. Thank you.
Our next speaker for 2 minutes is Jasmine Banks, followed by Nisha Dobbs. Ms. Dobbs, if you make your way up to the front, be greatly appreciated. Ms. Banks, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Greetings, APS stakeholders. In the month of March, Atlanta Thrive, we had talked to 348 families. We visited every Kent primary school, which always welcomes us. We talked to about 90 Kent parents, and climate and culture and safety are the main concerns at their schools. We talked to about 42 parents at Drew Charter community, and we canvassed the Barack Obama and Michelle community, and talked to about 30 parents there. Talking to the 348 individuals, there was a consensus that special education needs help, and also culture and climate of APS has drastically changed over the years. And lastly, the community is worried about the safety of our young scholars in school and post-graduation. With all of the community engagement we have with the various schools and their surrounding communities, there are still some schools that are not open to our stakeholder engagement, such as Continental Colony. Just yesterday, the day of the eclipse, the day of unity and new beginnings, we were told that we could not canvass and engage with parents. That is disappointing because there are families that could miss out on the opportunity to create a positive change in their child's education. Also, my son went to Mexico with Beecher Hills, and that was one of the yes, that was one of the most exciting experiences that he had. That's all he talked about before and after the trip. His very first passport at 8, he loved it. He brought me back a bracelet, so I have that on as well. I wear it every day, and that experience in another country was just something that he will always remember. And next year, if we can have the Mays community maybe come together and help some of our students go, because it's a new program, it is kind of heavy on the parents to try to figure out how to get there, but it was the best experience. The kids loved it. They came back a whole new child. And so if we can get more people involved in that, that was beautiful. And shout out to Hollis Band. Come on.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nisha Dawes for 2 minutes, followed by B. Sumlin. B. Sumlin, if you'll make your way up to the front, be greatly appreciated.
Hello, everyone. I don't have a speech. I have numbers. And when I say numbers, I've been dealing with about 52 parents this quarter from February to now. Out of those 52, 34 of those have special education needs. Those special education needs have only been seen about today, and I mean today, handled recently, but the parent has been asking for years. I have a big problem with that. Because when I sit in the meeting and I haven't been with this child, I haven't even met the child sometimes, and I just hear what the teachers and administrators are saying. They're bad, they're running, they're not doing their work. But the parent has supplied documents saying this child has ADHD, has emotional problems, dad just left, mom can't find a job. It's a lot going on. And we're not taking the time to see what the problem is. And it's being pushed to the side. And the parents are frustrated. No, they're not answering your calls. They sick of the automated ones that you're seeing every day. So they don't want to talk to you. And when they come to me at this point, they're so frustrated, they're even transferring to another school, moving completely out the district, moving out the state to have some. So it's a real issue. And I had to say to myself, if I saw my nephew going through the same problem, I would be infuriated. And it's a real problem because the people that are doing it has children themselves. So I can't understand where the problem lies. So try to find out what's going on with these parents because they have a lot. They live in the city of Atlanta. I can't afford the housing that I have right now. So please don't neglect the child.
Thank you. Our next speaker is B. Sumlin, followed by John Davis. So Davis, if you make your way up to the front, be greatly appreciated. B. Sumlin, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, my name is Brian. This is my first meeting. I'm sorry, I know I got 2 minutes. I'm a Fulton County student, a graduate, and I'm an Atlanta resident. And I'm here today to, as a resident, advocate for Beltline Rail because Atlanta Public Schools has about 20 schools along the Beltline, and transit is a big topic of discussion going around in the community. And I was here tonight to ask for some support into about why is it important to deliver transit. I do know the walking trail, the Beltline Trail itself is healthy, and also transit is healthy also. And, you know, we can make this as a project for like the youth, you know, the mayor's youth of the campaign and, you know, and other stuff that our students can, you know, enjoy the thrill with when we advocate for the Beltline project. So I'll give you about a year. Next year, the corridor will be ready for its next stage. And I'd like to thank you again tonight to have me to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Davis for 2 minutes, followed by Randall Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan, if you'll make your way up to the front, be greatly appreciated. Davis, you have 2 minutes.
Greeting board members and Dr. Battle. Just want to talk to you right quick about some of the things that have been going on at Atlanta Thrive, especially around our special education campaign. And I also want to talk a little bit quickly about the difference between engagement and active engagement, because active engagement doesn't happen just because you simply, you know, meet. From our end, it doesn't happen because we just meet with parents at a carpool line, or we just talk to them at a school. It actually happens when we follow up with those parents in active phone calls. And we have, on our line, we have an ex-educator who works for us, and she actively makes calls to these parents. And so in our first quarter, we actively called about 580 parents, and we talked to 194 of those parents. So that gives you like a 34% rate that you're going to talk to. So if you're not actively engaging a lot, you're not going to be able to talk to a lot of people. So if you just have one meeting, or nobody came, because we went to every special education meeting that there was, and there was nobody there, except for the teachers who had already worked that day and then had to be there, but no parents. You see, because there's not any active engagement going on. And then out of those 194 parents that we talked to, 34 of those parents needed support, so that's 18%. And so when you look at it, you can have a Let's Talk app, but if nobody's talking on the other end, what difference is it really making? You see, and so you have to have good active engagement. You just can't have a meeting. You just can't have even a Zoom call meeting. You just can't have a time where we can come and talk for 2 minutes and there's no follow-up with that. You're not actually engaging. And so that's why we are doing at Atlanta Thrive House Party, where we're going to bring parents in and they'll be able to talk. And we're excited about that on April the 24th on Wednesday from 5 to 7 o'clock. and we're looking forward to that. And we're also going to tell you about our special education campaign. We already have over 350 signed petitions about making sure that you guys follow through on the audit. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Rhonda Sullivan for 2 minutes, followed by Nathaniel Dyer. Kimberly Brooks, if you can hear us in virtual land, please make sure you sign in. We can probably catch you before we get out. And Akeem Williams, we do see you. All right, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Sullivan. I am here again about the recording of my son in the restroom at his high school where his genitalia area was exposed and it being airdropped. I have been made aware that some changes have been made at APS, and I now have a new decision maker on the ruling of the consequences of this criminal act. Here are some valid questions to be taken into consideration as these decisions are made. How do you justify this? Do you know that my son is 17 and a minor? Has it been considered that this is child pornography? How can my son ever get his privacy back? How can I give him his confidence back? How can I give him his innocence back? Will it be treated as if a female whose body parts were exposed in the video being shared? Will the ruling be based on a boy or a girl? Will it be the same approach for him as if it happened to a girl? Will the approach be treated differently because he is a boy? Will the ruling be fair with him being a male and not a female? Will the decision be made of what was taken away from my son? If my son pulled a girl's shirt up and recorded it, what would the ruling be? The scholars that shared or airdropped the video, what would their consequences be? Will we get a letter with some kind of remorse? This has been emotionally damaging for my son because his body parts were exposed, and him being 17, he doesn't know how to handle this kind of situation. How will this ruling help to stop another male or female from being violated in the same way? I hope this ruling is strong where it resonates through the school system of anyone being exploited and having their privacy in a stall while using the school restroom again. Thank you. 6.
Our next speaker, thank you. Our next speaker is Nathaniel Dyer for 2 minutes, followed by Akeem Williams.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate the young people, give them kudos for a great job. And so now on to you all who failed to provide them the tools necessary for success. Parent just spoke about the situation. That has been about 3 months and little to no movement. As a lack of accountability on KIPP, Atlanta, just the whole KIPP situation. You had a representative coming up trying to promote recruitment if a school closes, but yet he didn't mention anything about the suspension, the violation of student rights, the lack of, movement as relates to the child porn. Then, of course, there's grade change and bullying, all and incompetent leadership over there. There's a Shaheed, a Ford, and Washington guy. And then I heard you all had lunch with them last week. Did you talk about that situation? Next, I'm hearing that now you want to move children from the Hollis to Russell. We have gone through this. That school, no fault to the children, is ranked 7th from the bottom. I think what's the number? 1236 from 1243. That's on your leadership, and that's on you all. Why move children when they're not meeting certain standards? So, it seems like I'm gonna have to do another flyer. Ms. Battle, I thought you were gonna make it. But along with that, gotta get the federal government involved. Secretary of Education. Not that I have a whole lot of faith in him, but I gotta bring some more eyes into the situation. It seems like when black boys and girls, or when development comes, you have to close the school or move them around. Instability follows, and then they're always the scapegoat for failure. So it's time out for that. You have about maybe less than 20 days. Get with me on that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Akeem Williams for 2 minutes.
Hey, how y'all doing? Can you hear me?
We can. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So I guess my concerns tonight would come from board members. I would just want to say thank you for taking my calls. Aretta, is unacceptable that I have to wait till a board meeting date to hear a conversation from you for you to get back to me. That's totally unacceptable. Second point of business is Kip Woodson Park and the redistricting. We would like to see community engagement at our NPU or neighborhood association meeting, meaning that an elected official come out and engage with us so that we know what's our best option. We know that Boyd and FL Stanton are two completely schools. They're like night and day. As we know that parent engagement and having someone, I'm sorry, y'all, I just got done with a run. But parent engagement and also the family engagement specialist is something that is crucial in order to provide stability to schools that has a lot of transient students. We got to make sure we're being focused on the main things. Like you all said earlier, we have a lot of initiatives, but we got to keep the main thing the main thing. Also, it is time to put your money where your mouth is at. We've been saying that for a minute now. It's time for this board to encompass and work together. Like, it's too many silos. There's no reason that KIP, like I heard of the healthy Usher Collier and Scott through the stewards earlier. They were talking about how they have a healthy competition. We got to make sure we're encouraging that throughout the district. That also brings back culture. The culture is gone throughout APS, and we got to make sure we're saving our students, our young adults, not our babies, but our young adults, and making sure that they understand the gratitude in which they're going, the gratitude in which they're living in and striving to be, and that is of excellence. I do believe that APS has the money to get to the point in which we need to be, which is the best school district in America, but it tends to fall back on the
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, we reached a time boundary. If you could, please submit the rest of your comments in writing via Let's Talk, and we'll make sure it gets to the board and the superintendent. Kimberly Brooks, if you're out there and can hear us, please submit your comments via writing, and we'll make sure that we share that. And with that said, Madam Chair, this concludes public comment.
Thank you, community members, for speaking with us this evening. We always appreciate your feedback and your engagement with us. This month, in pre-recorded remarks, Board Member Aretta Baldwin remind us that in April, we will recognize Earth Day, School Library Month, National School Library Week, Paraprofessional Appreciation Day, and the Week of the Young Child. Let us show support for each of these important recognitions through this month.
And at this time, we will invite our committee chairs to report out on recent activities, and we will start with board development. Board Chair Baldwin.
Thank you very much.
You're next, so just not to surprise anyone.
So just do board development or do both of mine?
Do both.
Okay. Great. So for board development, we did meet on committee day, and some of the things that we're working on now are codifying our committee and formally making it policy and official. We're also working on editing and updating the board governance manual. Additionally, we are looking at updating our community engagement policy, and for our next meeting, we're inviting Board Member Howard to present her community engagement plan that she would like us to consider. And we will be meeting on committee day. What day is that this month? That would be the 18th of April. And for audit, we did have a meeting. We covered a number of things. I encourage you all to attend those meetings. It's a wealth of information. It's not boring at all. And no, for real, it's like a way to.
Somebody says that.
It's a way to just look under the hood. So somebody like me, I love it. So some of the things that we're working on, we did review the 2024 audit plan. So the things that we're looking at auditing this year, we went over the Federal Correction Action Plan. We looked into records retention schedule and updating that. We also talked about student services and our annual financial, I can't quite read my notes, but we will meet again in June. So this committee does not meet every month. We meet as necessary when Connie Brown, Office of Internal Compliance, has stuff to share. The other thing that we do review is review all the ethics complaints that have come through and look at where they fall and where they've been sent. So I invite you all to join us in June for audit and April 18th for board development. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. Budget, Ms. Katie.
Yes, happy to share out. We had our Budget Commission meeting March 21st, where we heard a compensation strategy proposal from HR, which was excellent, looking to move us within the 75 to 99, 100 percentile for compensation, which is extremely important to us. But it will require us to make sure we are focusing and aligning our resources with our needs and making some decisions as we move forward in the budget process. We also got a legislative update and heard, the impact of certain bills that were approved during the legislative session. And then we have our next Budget Commission meeting on April 18th at noon. This will be more of a work session. We are going to get even more into the weeds around the proposed budget, which will include some things that are proposed to be adjusted, cut, shifted. We want to, again, thank CFO Bracken and her team. From March 21st, there was an 85 million proposed gap, and now it's down between 15 and 20. So a lot of work has been done there. But there's more to be done to make sure we are really focused on our students and their needs and our staff who absolutely support them. So please, everyone, tune in April 18th at 12. I want to thank my colleagues again for their participation. It is the work of the Budget Commission to always be at the meetings, but I always invite our colleagues, my colleagues, to be there as well, because it's the entire board's job to adopt this budget and work on it, building up to it. So thank you all for letting me provide that update, and congratulations to Aretta being the chair of audit. I appreciate you, and I love sitting on it too, because we were the only two there. But yes, thank you for letting me provide that update.
Ishay, can you give a policy committee update, please?
Absolutely. The policy review committee, and just acknowledge my colleagues that sit on the committee with me, board member Alfred Chevy Brooks and board member Cynthia Briscoe Brown. For the month of March, we discussed revisions to the Community Equity Advisory Committee to more so align in sequence with board appointments. Also, we are continuing our conversation and revising the student dress code to acknowledge more what we call what is commonly known as the Crown Act, really embracing the different hairstyles and different styles of expression that our students bring in terms of being able to wear their hair and not being discriminated nor chastised for how they choose to bring their full selves into our schools every day. Those two pieces will be, we are fleshing out a few more details, and so just want to poise the community to be ready for those first read of those policies in the next month's meeting. I'm really excited for that. We will meet this month, April 8th, on Thursday. April 18th was the designated committee day. Just to put it on your radar, the time for that, our policy review meeting will be 4 p.m. Will be 4 p.m. again, and so look forward to that notice. My colleagues, did I leave anything out? That's it. Yep. And so that is all that we have from the policy review committee. Looking forward to your comments on our two revisions to our upcoming policies.
Great, thank you. And appreciate everyone sitting on these committees, and we definitely appreciate those who took a leadership role to chair these committees. It is a lot to lead, so we're just trying to drive progress and have a lot of transparency with our community, and you're doing that, so thank you. And again, note that next committee meeting day is April 18 at various times. All that will be clearly communicated well ahead of time. Next, for our conference report out, Chair Mitchell, do you want to share some info?
Yes, March 16th through the 19th, I had an opportunity to attend Council of Great City Schools Conference in Washington, D.C., Legislative Policy, along with Erica Long. There were, oh my gosh, all-day sessions, fully packed in about federal policy, different changes within the federal government. We had guest speaker, U.S. Secretary of Education come and speak with us, as well as other keynote speakers during this conference. I would like to make an announcement that I was able to ask and request that the Council of Great City Schools Fall Conference be held in Atlanta in 2027. And I'm working with Pierre Gaither to help work that out because we need to bring them here to Atlanta, so we have to travel all the time. But I think it'll be great that we host them since we are a council district, and we need to bring them to hot Atlanta, right? So the other update I have to give out conferences. Let me see, Sunday, what day was that? April 7th. I was voted back in at the National School Board Association Council of Urban Boards of Education as an at-large member of the steering committee. That gives Atlanta an opportunity to engage with policies, resolutions regarding setting the direction of the National School Board, along with being on the steering committee is engaging with professional development, and also learning what school districts are doing across the nation, whether it's rural, urban, or suburban. So it gives us an opportunity to stay engaged nationally. Other than that, I don't have any more reports out for conferences, and that is it for my report.
That's great. We will, that concludes my portion of the program. For now. See you on page 13.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I want to briefly recap our work sessions report from earlier today. We heard 4 presentations. Our first presentation, we had a board-requested presentation on the partnership with Lead Atlanta by Kelly and C.J. Stewart. Our second presentation, we had a charter and partner school update presented by Matt Underwood. Our third presentation was our monthly financial update on district finances, requested budget adjustments, and reviewed the FY 2025 revenue and expenditures update. This was presented by our CFO, Dr. Lisa Bracken. And our final presentation, we focused on Goal 3, interim goal 3.1, the percentage of elementary school students, and interim goal 3.2, the percentage of middle school students making progress towards the profile of a graduate characteristics in the 2022-23 school year. The characteristics of a profile of a graduate include self-directed and goal-oriented, self-reflected and global connected, fully engaged learners, academically prepared, resourceful and driven, critical thinker, and skilled problem solver. This is our first time reporting on the elementary and middle school profile of a graduate, making FY 2022-23 our baseline year. In summary, currently 75% of APS elementary students are making progress towards the profile of a graduate based on the data from school year 2023. Currently, 67.4% of APS middle school students are making progress towards the profile of a graduate based on data from school year 2023. Due to the lack of established targets, our progress is to be determined for Board Goal 3, Interim Goal 3.1, and Interim Goal 3.2. In my pre-recorded remarks, I shared with everyone that the 2024 Atlanta Public Schools commencement ceremony schedules can be found on our district website. Please check the website for the graduation dates and times for your 2024 graduations. I congratulated Westside Charter for being named Georgia Charter School Association Charter School of the Year, and Midtown High School for its publication, The Southerner, for being awarded the Gold Crown Award from the Columbia Scholastic Press Association. Huge honor. In my pre-recorded remarks, I also acknowledged and congratulated Mr. Eric Carpenter from Parkside Elementary School for being named the 2024-25 Media Specialist of the Year. Congratulations again, everyone, on those wonderful accomplishments. Please allow me to continue to remind everyone of our Say Something anonymous reporting system, which allows anyone to submit secure and anonymous tips regarding safety concerns. We can also use the Say Something platform to report bullying. Anyone can submit a tip online through our Say Something app available through the Google Play or Apple Store, or by calling the hotline 1-844-5-SAY-NOW. Remember, if you see something, say something, including bullying. Please visit the APS TV YouTube channel to see and hear this month's community updates. Board meetings are live streamed on BOE TV. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Battle. Will you please present the consent agenda?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the board. I'm pleased to submit consent agenda items number 5.1A through 5.4A for approval.
Is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 5.1A through 5.4A?
So moved.
I have a motion from Member Briscoe Brown.
Second.
Second from Board Member Collins. We'll now go to a vote. Correct, Sandra?
Excuse me.
Oh.
Just, there was an item on our consent agenda that I wanted to have some conversation about, and I was hoping that we would have gotten a presentation or some explanation about it, and that did not happen. Consent agenda item B, the evidence-based attendance notification system.
Looks like that's 3B.
3B, excuse me. Am I jumping ahead?
I guess that one stuff in there. I'm sorry. She's asking about 5.3.
I've got a motion to, and we're on page 11.
What I would like to do is have an opportunity for discussion on, what item is it?
5.3B.
5.3B, prior to, Nina, you give us the proper rating.
Yeah, please, thank you, I'm sorry.
Sure, just to clarify, is it the intent that it remains on the consent agenda? There's been a motion and a second to approve it, so there is a motion pending on the table. But the board chair would like to open it up for any questions on this one particular item? Okay, but there is still a motion
It's still the motion on the
a
table.
consent agenda.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yep, so just opening up for questions on this one item that is part of the consent agenda.
All right, I would like to open up for discussion on item,
It's okay.
on consider, hold on, which one is it? 5.3B, there we go. The floor is open, Board Member Brooks.
Thank you. I had a question as to what the intention was with the particular app that we're considering to procure. My understanding is that we have Infinite Campus, which as an educator is something I use every day. The intention of this particular attendance app is to provide notifications for a student's tardy or absence, as well as automate letters, legal notice to parents as well. This is something that Infinite Campus also does. If your child does not show up to class, you get a notification to your phone, so does the kids. Kid shows up late to my class, they're walking to class, Mr. Bruce, you gotta mark me present. It does exactly the same thing. My understanding is that the intention is for us to have an intervention to improve student attendance. My understanding of this app, same thing as Infinite Campus, is it is more of a diagnostic tool, not a intervention. And so my ask is this item a replication of something that we already have? And perhaps should we consider removing it from the consent agenda so as to be good stewards of the resources that we're in charge of being responsible for?
Yes, I'm going to ask Ms. Montgomery to come up and share the difference between Infinite Campus and this platform.
Yes, so Infinite Campus can't act as an intervention. Infinite Campus can do mass or individual notifications and make you aware, but it isn't considered to be an evidence-based intervention. It, for example, cannot tell you this is how many days your child has missed compared to this time last year. This is how many days they missed compared to their peers at this current time. This The intervention that's on the table is the only strong evidence-based interventions for Tier 2 for chronic absenteeism, according to evidence for ESSA out of Johns Hopkins. So it's truly an intervention, not just a notification. It also has the customized text messages, the family support center and chat bot. It has several different components that Infinite Campus can just do kind of straight notifications.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I need to learn more about this, but attendance is out of control, and
Yes.
so any kind of intervention, I'm very interested in learning more.
Yeah, I mean,
And I would be supportive if this is what staff brings forward. I would be supportive.
It's the same thing, bro.
Is this what we discussed during the audit meeting, when we had the audit on Office of Discipline or discipline practices? I believe you talked about it then. Could you provide a little more as to why you all are bringing this tool in? You talked about it more then. I think that would help me as well.
Yes, to board members' point, chronic absenteeism nationwide is really, really a struggle. We are no exception to that struggle. But then this year, with the whole child intervention work, we've brought together the whole child intervention teams from every school and really helped them map out what interventions they have available at tiers 2 and 3 for reading, math, attendance, behavior, and mental health. We noticed a gap in that tier 2 intervention space district-wide. So we went looking for an evidence-based intervention and really went and posted to an RFP. So we did go through a full RFP process for this as well. But looking for that evidence-based tier 2 solution for our schools and really looking to, does it have that evidence base? That was really critical to us. This intervention just happens to be very low effort, high impact, which is even better for our schools and can really help us target our social workers towards our tier 3 students. But again, we were searching to fill that tier 2 evidence-based space that we noticed working with our schools and then also looking at all of our data. And when you look at the evidence base, there is only one strong evidence-based promising practice from evidence for ESSA for chronic absenteeism.
Thank you. And then can we, if we approve this, get a report on how it is working, like when and where could we get something like that? I don't know if that'd be a follow-up with the audit report or actually be different, but just putting that out there to understand, is this working? And I see it's a 5-year contract.
And it's not going to fix everything. It's for tier 2. It's for that space. That's what we're looking for because that's the space we identified. But yes, it was in the solicitation that they have to give us back quite a bit of evidence. They keep quite a bit of data because that's how they stay in evidence-based practice. So yes, we'll get considerable reporting.
Now, my understanding is, Everyday Labs is a application that's used throughout the country, right, in many different places. I'm curious as to why it is considered a intervention as opposed to simply a diagnostic tool, because essentially the big issue that we have with our students is that they need to be motivated to come to school. And what Everyday Pro does not do is motivate students. And if we would consider, and I'll go with that, it motivates students, it's by consequence, not by intentionality or positive intervention, if you will. So I'm curious as to if it is effective, how effective is it? Where is the evidence nationally that if we call it evidence-based, what is the evidence?
So 2 things. One, that we definitely need to address the motivation part, absolutely. And that really is in that prevention tier 1 bucket. This is more to help parents be aware of how much their kids have actually missed, and provide a significant amount of resources and supports in a really strategic, effective, efficient way. That's why it's an intervention with all of those different components combined. If it was just a flat notification letter, that wouldn't be an intervention in itself for sure. So this is all of the components glued together, and I'm happy to provide all of the evidence base. They're actually the only intervention to have done random controlled trials post-COVID. if we're in a post-COVID environment. So they do have those RCTs I'm happy to get copies of those.
No, thank you for all of it. My ask is Infinite Campus able to tell a parent how many days a child is missed?
Just that, yes.
Is Infinite Campus able to notify a parent that their child is missing school?
That day, yes.
So could we move the item off the consent agenda? Is that possible?
I think we're about to do a vote, so you can vote yes or no
But we'd have to vote yes or no on the entire consent agenda.
on that item.
You can, so there's a motion on the table. You can move to amend the motion on the table by removing this item. That motion to amend would also require a second, and that motion to amend would then go to a vote. And if that vote was successful, it would be removed. If it was not successful, then the original motion, up or down on the entire consent agenda, would go forward.
Would the item move to discussion and action?
Depending on what Board Member Brooks's motion to amend states.
Could we motion to move it to, help me, Yesha? Discussion and action. Because I believe what I would like to see is to get more in the weeds as to how and why it is different, as opposed to us just jumping off to it, right? I know we've had some conversations in the background about it. Unfortunately, we were not able to go in depth in a way that provided to me as a person, the one person on the dais who uses it every day, who uses Infinite Campus every day. It did not, for me, differentiate enough. And so, you know, I'm looking at $200,000 this program is going to cost us, right? Which in the grand scheme of things, like given our budget, it's not a huge purchase, right? But to a lowly teacher like myself, that's a lot of money. And when I look at the things that we want to accomplish, I say to myself, you know, if we're going to spend money on something, no matter how much it is, $5, $100,000, or $5 million, I want us to make sure that we're making the right choice. That's where I am.
And that's the same thing we want as well. That's the same thing.
I agree.
We all
I
want the
agree.
same
I
thing,
agree.
yeah. We won't bring anything that we didn't think would benefit our students. If it's one student, 5,000 students, or 50,000 students. If it's $200,000, $300,000, it's worth it if we're going to help our parents support our students.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's a motion to amend to make this a discussion item.
So you would like to move this item as a discussion item, separate, discussion and action. So we can vote on it separately?
Yes.
Correct.
And now that needs a second if it is to move forward.
If it is
to a vote at all.
Second.
Okay, so now there's a motion to amend the original motion to remove this item to a discussion and action item. So now it's an up or down. Do y'all want to do that? To move it to a discussion and action item separate from the consent agenda.
We'll go in order, districts 1 through 9.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Okay, so now we go back to the original motion, which has been amended. So now you are voting up or down on a consent agenda that includes all the items listed except for item 5.3.B.
Is that going to reflect on assembly?
I'm going to leave that to Mr. Gaither to make that reflection. Okay.
So,
Do you have to have a new motion, Nina?
No, the motion has been amended.
Got it.
So the motion is to approve the consent agenda as listed on Assembly with the exception of item 5.3.B.
is there a motion?
There's already a motion.
There's already a motion. Okay.
Time to vote.
You ready?
It's not up.
Not up. Oh.
I think what she's done.
Okay, we're gonna do a voice vote in order, districts 1 through 9.
This is on the consent agenda.
Except for that one item.
Except for that one item.
Aye.
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 So the motion on the consent agenda.
So now your consent agenda, with the exception of item 5.3.b, is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Now, since we got that on the consent agenda, now the next step is to discuss item 5.3B.
Yes, that can become your first item under discussion and action.
Under discussion and action,
There's something else here.
the first item on discussion and action is open for discussion and action. Are there any more discussions around this item?
There's another item there as well.
Where? Under,
The monthly budget adjustment.
oh. So this would be item number 2. So don't we come back to this?
You can make it the second item under discussion, that's
I
fine.
want to
Do
make it the
monthly
second
budget
item
adjustment.
under discussion and action. It's item 2.
Jump into it now. Now you're about to say that part.
Okay, get back on track. Okay, now we will have discussion and action. The following items will be discussed. Number 1, monthly budget adjustment. Dr. Batter, would you like to comment on the monthly budget adjustment?
Thank you, Board Chair Mitchell. This month, we're bringing one budget adjustment for the general fund.
Good one.
We're increasing both revenues and expenditures by $1,000 for a state grant at Cleveland Avenue Elementary and M. Magnus Jones Elementary.
Is there a motion to approve the monthly budget adjustment?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Alretta Baldwin, second by Board Member, oh, hold on, I'm sorry, it is on the agenda. I mean, the video, what is it, the screen for a vote. I apologize.
I seconded. There it is.
It's not showing up for me. I apologize. So I'm happy to vote affirmative.
Affirmative.
They didn't capture your votes?
Yeah, she got it. Dr. Z.
Okay. Okay. Now I will discuss item number 2, which is evidence-based attendance notification. The floor is open for discussion and action.
Yeah. I would just plead with my colleagues to consider. One of the things that the Atlanta Public School Board has yet to have is someone who's in the classroom at the same time as serving on this board. And part of the benefit of that is having someone who is privy to what is happening in our schools, what technology is being used in real time. In the case of this particular app that we're considering, based upon what I've seen through demo, what I've seen through looking at it on YouTube, what I've heard through talking with my friends who are in the ed tech space, it is not differentiated enough from what we currently have to bring about the level of intervention and positive impact that I believe we're seeking. I believe it is well intended, why we would consider to procure this particular application. But I don't feel confident enough about what it could offer to us that we don't already have, that it, to me, makes it worth it to spend that amount of money. So for me, I cannot vote to pass this particular item through, and I would plead and encourage you all to join me in not procuring this particular application. Furthermore, there are other applications out there that do offer positive interventions, that do motivate kids to want to come to school, that do provide positive incentives. And my fear is that we will procure this particular app, we will use it, it will be borderline effective, maybe we'll see some positive out of it, it'll be some really nice dashboards and things like that, things that we could probably ask Infinite Campus to design for us. Then we're going to not approve it again next year. We're gonna roll out something else, and it's gonna be another thing that teachers say came and went. So I would just encourage us to really think about this and perhaps go in a different direction. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Board Member Briscoe Brown.
I'm sorry. I saw a nod and I responded to it. It looks like from the item in the agenda that there were other vendors who responded to the solicitation. Would it be possible for Ms. Montgomery to come back up and talk about why the other vendors are not being recommended and how this one was chosen specifically?
The biggest differentiation was the several components and the evidence. The other products just didn't have the evidence. They were great ideas, they were very innovative, but I personally believe when we're talking about students that are struggling the most, they deserve something that we already know has been proven to work, and that's why this was clearly, that's what differentiated this from everything else that came in.
Thank you.
Board Member Baldwin.
Ms. Montgomery, if you could stay up there. Do you have any additional information to offer in response to Board Member Brooks' comments?
Yeah, other than just, I agree, we do need to do work around motivating students, and we do need to be that preventative, proactive Tier 1 work, 100%. I am also very confident that Infinite Campus can't act as an intervention. It can act as a notification. Our current landscape isn't perfect. I'm trying to build it. I don't think our kids in APS can wait as far as attendance is concerned. This is not the end-all be-all, but it is a gap that we have district-wide, and it is a low-effort, high-impact, evidence-based intervention that, and just to give you, just a little background, the other council districts that use it are Cleveland, Columbus, Dallas, DC, Houston, New York City, Osceola, Pittsburgh, Portland, Sacramento, and San Antonio. So there is a list of other districts that do have it. I actually am very, very well versed in Infinite Campus as well. If I could build it for cheaper, we could build it, but I'm pretty confident we can't, especially with all of the family support components. I'm confident in it, but it is, of course, y'all's decision.
I'm sorry, Board Member Johnson, and then Board Member Collins.
Thank you. I think what might be helpful for me is just a deeper explanation of what the actual intervention is. I know that you have built a number of items around it and resources and partnerships around this particular body of work, including support for families as we're preparing to roll out the center. And so I don't know, maybe some of my other colleagues are not privy to the full scope of the plan and just how this tool might be able to specifically support. So if you could answer that question, but also if we are not, I guess, timeline question too. So if we don't make a decision tonight, worst case scenario, how would that impact your implementation plan?
So I'll go over the components of the work and then talk about timeline. So it has 4 components. The first component is the intervention, which is those customized mailings and text messages that they've studied each individual component through RCTs. The family support team. So if the family is struggling, they have a whole nother set of people that they can call with all of our local resources and get connected. There's also an automated chat bot. So if I get text that Chelsea has missed this many days of school, we're worried, what are some things that you could need help with? And it will say, like, for 1, press transportation, 2, for nutrition, 3, for mental health. They would have all of our information then to give them back. So they can either call or automated text with that chat bot. The platform is the dashboards and analysis tools, and really that is to help us get in front of some of these students. It has geo-mapping, it has some other different things, but that also tracks this intervention and saying this is successful, this is not, you need to do more. So it tells you how to act as well, which we have a lot of absenteeism challenges. We need something that intuitive. And then the last component is the professional learning component that has professional learning around specifically around attendance and family engagement, because family engagement is critical to attendance. So that is the 4 components. Timeline-wise, we were hoping for an August implementation. So we do have a little bit of time. Of course, we would need to do all the data integration, testing, make sure everything works really well. And if it is not approved, we need to start from scratch again and kind of find Plan B for what is in Tier 2. So yeah, we have some of those relational components with Check and Connect at Tier 2, but we don't have an evidence-based intervention that is that can do all these things.
Thank you, Chelsea. I just want to say one thing. This product went through the RFP process. So anyone that was interested had an opportunity to bid on it. We put out what we needed for our students, and I definitely appreciate all the questions, but the board hires us, for me, to help make the best decisions for our students. So that's what I'm going to bring every time. And so we can vote on it and make a decision, but I think we're getting so far in the weeds, we're losing the focus of why we're here and why we put this on the agenda.
I agree. So thank you, Chelsea Montgomery, Ms. Montgomery, for coming up and giving us additional information. If there's no further questions, I would like to, I'm sorry, Board Member Collins, you did say you had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think my questions were answered, but I also just I appreciate you stating that, Dr. Battle. I think that's extremely key to understand. This just wasn't pulled out and threw on the agenda. It was an actual process, and where we have a district telling us the need that they're trying to meet. We have this here. Whether it is $5, $500,000, or $5 million, I think it's extremely important for us as we also want to lean to the expertise of our leaders and our staff that does this work every single day. And while, I appreciate that you're the only teacher that's in the classroom currently, I'm always going to push back on the fact that you're not the only teacher on the dais or educator in this space. And so I appreciate the fact of leaning in this space, but in terms of what the district need, and we have leadership that, Dr. Montgomery and the team that is telling us that there is a current gap. And while we just had conversations earlier today on the RTI piece and the need for the increased support in that space. I think it's extremely important for us to lean with that. So, Dr. Battle, I just wanted to appreciate your comments in this regards, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions and debate on this. So, thank you. I've learned a lot. So, thanks, Board Member Brooks, for pulling it, because I learned a lot just in terms of what we are, in fact, a deeper dive into what we are, in fact, voting on tonight. So thank you.
Board Member Howard.
I just want to point out again that we did discuss this during the audit committee. This was something that was brought up that was needed to address issues that were identified during the audit with student discipline. So it has been discussed, but I too appreciate us talking about it more tonight in this way.
Thank you all for the dialogue. Thank you, Board Member Collins. Thank you, Dr. Battle. Thank you all to the board members, and Board Member Brooks for bringing this to light, so we can have a great dialogue about it. But with that being said, I would like, is there a motion to approve the evidence-based attendance notification system?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Briscoe Brown, seconded by Board Member Collins. Is this vote going to be in assembly? I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Gave her enough time to do it.
All right, moving on to National School Library Month. There is a board resolution to recognize the month of April as National School Library Month, which I'm honored to do because we just couldn't do it without our media specialists and all of our people running our libraries. The resolution highlights that the School Library Media Center is to ensure that students and staff are effective users of ideas and information, and the School Library Media Specialist's role is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that the school library is an integral part of the instructional program of the school, and the School Library Media Center contributes to the individual growth and development of all students while fostering both excellence and equity in education. The School Library Media Specialists of Atlanta Public Schools have dedicated themselves to working for quality school library media centers for all students. Atlanta Public Schools does hereby proclaim April 2024 as National School Library Media Center Month. I will now open up discussion on agenda item 7.1, a resolution recognizing National School Library Month. Any comments other than amen? Amen. All right. Asked and answered.
Great. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second. Oh, wow. Okay. So
You just pick one.
a move by Briscoe Brown, second by Board Member McDonald. The vote is open. I'm saying your words now. Okay, thank you. Let me pull up. Well, Madam General Counsel, does the board need to report out from executive session?
Yes, Madam Chair, the board needs to take action on 3 items. First, I request a motion that the Atlanta Board of Education uphold the hearing officer's findings of fact and recommendations in Student Appeal 2024-06.
Okay. Is there a motion that the Atlanta Board of Education uphold the hearing officer finding of facts and recommendation for Student Appeal 2024-06?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Briscoe Brown, seconded by Board Member Collins. Is that correct? Or Johnson? Johnson, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry, Board Member Johnson.
Next, Madam Chair, I request a motion that the Atlanta Board of Education accept the hearing officer's findings of fact and recommendations dated March 25th, 2024, and terminate the employment of Jason Waldron.
Okay. Is there a motion for the Atlanta Board of Education to accept the hearing officer finding and facts and recommendation dated March 25th, 2024 to termination of employee Jason Waldron?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Briscoe Brown. Second by Board Member Collins.
And finally, Madam Chair, I request a motion that the Atlanta Board of Education amend the terms and extend the contract for employment with Dr. Danielle S. Battle as discussed in executive session.
Do I have a motion?
Oh, you do?
Second.
You have one.
Do I have a motion that the Atlanta Board of Education amend the terms and to extend the contract for employee Dr. Danielle S. Battle as discussed in executive session? Moved by Board Member McDonald.
Second.
Second. Wow.
All the seconds.
All the
In
seconds.
house.
Briscoe Brown, Collins, and everybody in the house. All right.
Sandra, does it come with confetti? I'm just asking, I didn't know, just for my own edification.
I just want to say thank you.
Yes, thank you.
For giving us some extension of time.
Thank you. It was right.
Standing ovation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, moving on to board travel reports. The board travel report is a monthly report that details district-funded travel for members of the board and the board office, including the total year-to-date spending. The detailed financial report is a monthly report of the revenue and expenditure budget, actual collection spending to date, remaining balance, and percent remaining for the current fiscal year, including a comparison to the previous fiscal year for all funds. The special revenue report is a monthly report of all budget adjustments in the previous month for all funds except the general fund and consolidated general fund, which are less than $1 million. This aligns with board policy DC, which states special revenue fund or grant budget adjustments up to $1 million may be made without board approval and shall be reported at the following board meeting for informational purposes. The construction report is a monthly report on active construction projects that are primarily funded by the voter-approved special purpose local option sales tax, also known as SPLOST.
That's low, even for like early. But they're not out yet.
Thank you, Vice Chair McDonald. Each of these reports can be found under the Information tab in Assembly. Now, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Briscoe Brown, seconded by Board Member Baldwin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned.